We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I'm a divine instrument of my mother's divine will as such, and protected and guided blood and water of my mother's body. To my entry into this life, I am divine because she is divine. All time in this space in between, she with 1,000 names. Today it is all young, the service of the new age. One of the divine ancestors, I shall every power on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and the children in all timelines and in every dimension. Hey, Ken's Color Box Boo, how you doing? Conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, Great Mother. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Hey, today we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. We the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. We are mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courage. Yes. Global evolution is our mother's divine will. Yes. Of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Of change. Sacred blood to this conspiracy. Come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge. Yes. Yes. Bring them in the confusion to war to an end. I don't know if y'all believe me, but I've been up here and tried to get this live out for the last 6 hours. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout time, all space, and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. We're going to let a couple of these songs play out because I've been in a mood today. Yes. Big up Kaz Mojo for the sounds, for the songs. So y'all go check out his YouTube channel because he's got some new pieces, like 6 new pieces on his page. It's KAHZMOJO. So go check out he got some new ones to the mother that are fire. Yeah. Of my mother's divine will. Of my mother's body that anointed my entry into this life is divine. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Mommy and I are one. Yeah, more time. Mommy and I are one. Oh shoot. Mommy and I are one. My RJ, Mommy and I are one. Call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything. All time and every space in between. 2,000 names. Today it is Oya Yemaja. Ichuni Yami Yaje. Text of existence, assurers of the new age. Yes. Oya, Mommy and I are one. Yemaja. Yoza, Mommy and I are one. Oh shoot, Mommy and I are one. Yemaja, Yaje, Mommy and I are one. Hey, hey, Mommy and I are one. Hey, Mommy and I are one. Let's see if this TikTok will be my friend today. Hey. This is my jam. This is probably my favorite one. This is my cut. Yes. Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear the music? Do I need to crank this shit? I can't usually do it from over here. Can y'all hear it? Give me a thumbs up. Can y'all hear it? Let me turn this up. Can y'all hear this music? Oh yeah. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Let's go for Hecka. Yeah. Children conspire today to forever bind those who have or would harm you. We conspire today to destroy everything and everyone, and every time I commit suffering and despair. It look like this thing I want. Let's get it poppin', Kalima. Let's go for heck. Hey, let's see. I'm trying to open some other phones, you know what I'm saying, so I can multi-stream. Let's get it. Yeah, I can hear it only a little bit. Let me crank this shit. Well, y'all can hear it now because my neighbor's about to be mad as fuck. Get it poppin', Kali. Can y'all hear it now? It's not working either. Hey. Can y'all hear it now? Y'all ain't even talking to me and shit. Evolution. Sorry, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey. Are y'all? Do y'all hear? Are y'all in here? Am I in the room by myself? Yeah, let's go. Sacred and divine power of our mothers. of change. Hey, oh yeah, Kundalini just be rising. Hey, oh yeah, oh, oh yeah. Primordial dark, deep from within the earth, we subdue the rogue sun. We conjure the light, we heal the heart, we embolden courageous action. Oh yeah. Hey. Am I even still on here? Shoot, y'all ain't talking, y'all ain't saying shit. I might not even be up on here the way these people be playing with my internet and my access. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. And TikTok is playing all manner of games. There we go.
The architects of the new age now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being.
Yep. Thank you, because ain't nobody talking to me on YouTube, so I don't know if I'm still up on here, if they just being quiet, but I'm trying to get some feedback, and I ain't got no feedback from nobody in a minute. Thanks, Holistic Harmony. Let's see if we can. All hate and harm impacted by Godheads of war. We welcome the new age, dancing with her rage. Hear the mother's rage. My TikTok is really straight tripping. Okay, awesome. Trying to get this freaking TikTok to act right. And come the wind, come the storm, come the light. Capture and judge all God is the war and all betrayers of the mother divine will bring them in their confusion and war to intermediate, bring them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We have the power. This TikTok is trash. We are the portals of change. We employ our sacred breath. We give life and sacred blood to this sacred conspiracy. Miyaji. Hey, I love it. Yeah. Thanks, Holistic Harmony. I love the little dancing ass emoji. Girl, that made my night. She getting it too. I love it. That's awesome. Man, this TikTok is really tripping. I might have to start this TikTok all over again. This thing is like really misbehaving. Yeah, this shit is misbehaving bad. I don't know what the hell's up with that. She getting it. I love it. Oh my God. So just for y'all, those of you who don't know what I'm playing, this is my cut. These are all the songs that Brother Kaz made for us off the conspiracy. All of these songs are the conspiracy, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, the ritual that we did over the summer. All the songs that you done heard is the conspiracy. Of her will, divine time. We are the heroes of heaven on earth. Others divine ray. Yes, we are the Curies. We are the Yami-Aj, yeah, executors of her will. It's our birthright, harmony's our birthright, ecstasy's our birthright, freedom is our birthright. Fine with. Yes. Kalima, we are the EvoEmeTemp, executors of her will. Yeah. All living men in any space and all dimensions and forever, as we say, Mommy and I are one. Your furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp, yeah, executors of her will. Executors of her will. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Yeah, he did that. Okay, I'm going to turn this off because we got a lot to talk about. Yeah, all right. I'm coming. All right, we have a lot to talk about, and I'll be honest, I don't have a clue as to where to start. I sat down here about 6 hours ago, very clear about what I was going to talk to you about, and then shit just started flurrying. Whether it was crazy ass news on Donald Trump's here's internet, you feel me, or whether it was, let me get my glasses, whether it was any other number of bullshit and ass bullshit. I said that too soon. But regardless, yeah. So thought I was gonna read something out of here, but suddenly I'm not moved to yeah, suddenly I'm not moved to. I will maybe think about that on another day. I got so much to talk to y'all about, y'all, and it's partly going to be me talking to you, and it's partly going to be me like documenting some shit that I have been like jumbling around in my head to get out to save for later so that I can transpose it from my brain to some paper maybe or something. But so much is going on, and I there's a lot that I need to talk to you about. So let me prioritize real quick, but I was like, okay, I can't take no more time, I can't take no more minutes. Let me get up on here live real quick, so probably there. And then let's see what else I had up in here for my millions of notes and shit. Let's see. Yeah. So maybe leave that there. All right. So let me just start by saying some housekeeping type things. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd. I am streaming from 3 locations, so I will be official in saying who I am and doing some little housekeeping. So I'm Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay. With that being said, there are a multiplicity of ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And now it is official after scores and scores and scores of documents and paperwork and all of that bureaucratic shit that they do deliberately to keep people from touching power. It is official, so I'm working on the website. I've already got the guy. I've already got the meeting, and I'll be launching the website. I'm trying to launch the website ASAP, like Monday, Tuesday, doing the press release next week. But just so y'all know, since we up in here, I am an official candidate for running for office here in Los Angeles. I am running to become the mayor of Los Angeles. I know I have gotten every kind of response to that declaration, from laughing to, oh my God. I've gotten all range, you understand, of responses to this declaration. Doesn't make the declaration any less real. Yes, I am. I will be running. I am currently a candidate fronting for mayor of Los Angeles. I'll talk about, I guess I should go ahead and talk about it now, because many of you who know me, many of you, especially those who are on YouTube, who've been following my channel any significant period of time, but even just this last year, even if you've only been following this last year, I've been talking pretty seriously and significantly, given the quagmire we have appeared to leap both feet first into with the second election of Donald J. Trump. I've been talking about this cat. I've been talking about this candidacy for some time. You feel me? But I have been talking to you in a way that it has been really, if I have not clearly articulated that, which I feel like I have, but I don't want to presume, has been clearly a discussion about what it means to actually hold power, Because when I tell you I'm done, I'm absolutely fed up with there ain't a YouTube creator yet, not one, even the ones I like a lot. I'm done. I can't watch no more of nobody's stuff trying to give some kind of understanding, or like some helping people to, quote, draw good conclusions about our way forward. And ain't nobody even coming close. Not even close. I'm sorry. None of you are even coming close to offering up what looks like a viable solution to the madness that was inevitable. Donald J. Trump was inevitable. If you had the eyes to see, if you had the ears to listen, if you had anything even closely resembling a what's the word I want to say? A dialectical, complete world view of history and how it helped us to arrive to this moment. But that ain't what's happening. That is not what's happening. That is not what has been happening at all. And so I will see. So first of all, I just want to say that those of you who are tuning in to the YouTube channel, when I say to please go into the description box of every single video that I post, okay, I deliberately attach content creators, YouTube links, so I can try to go into something, good, but then you can do the follow-up in terms of the depth that's necessary. So there are several links in the description box below this video that you really should watch. Okay. Let's see. So many people saying Trump is the source of all this hatred. Oh, really? Trump's ICE needs to be abolished. If they ain't saying anything about the women's seat restored, they lost. The goddess must be restored. And I co-sign on all of that. But even deeper than what y'all have just said, both of you are right. But even deeper than what you just said is what I have been talking about for since June. is that while everybody out here quick to run out in the streets, then there's a whole nother section like we at home resting because we quote voted right. Another section, oops, our bad. He betrayed us. He lied. A whole sector. And I'm sorry to tell you that without studying, man, without learning the origin of where you are and how your ass got here and the role that you played upon this arrival, all of y'all are wrong. The we at home resting because we voted right crew, y'all wrong. The motherfuckers who went out and voted for Trump because he was going to do the right thing by good tax paying white folk, y'all wrong. The we vote, what is it? The Cubans for Trump, y'all wrong. The Mexicans for Trump, y'all wrong. The Asians who even before Trump was running for office was like, we are totally opposed to what was it? Affirmative action, and thinking that they was going to get something from it and ended up getting the okie doke handed to them, that they was the primary group impacted by a removal of college affirmative action. Y'all bitches wrong. All of you are wrong. And they counted on you all being wrong. You understand? They counted on your individual nationalistic opportunism. They counted on it, baby. They banked on it. As a matter of fact, they cashed the fuck in on it. They cashed in on it. Yes, they did. They did that. They worked every last one of you based on your predictable opportunism. There ain't nobody that's innocent up in this joint. There ain't nobody that is innocent up in here. The few of you, we voted right. We voted right. Well, congratulations to you. The one time in every 4 years, you get up off your seat to quote, do something, to quote, do the right thing, but don't bust a grape from 4 years to 4 years. Please stop. Please stop. Those of you, because I've seen some really grimy, disgusting shit coming out of people who look just like me. Black females who have not cracked the spine of a book. I can guarantee they ain't cracked the spine of a book since they were required to right out of high school. I can bank on that. With the madness coming out of their mouths that this person in office knew would happen. Y'all are so predictable. It's out of sight. It's out of sight is what it is. That's what it is. It's really quite fascinating. How predictable. Where we are, what is it? The foundational Black Americans, and so you $5 Indians, this and that and this and that. I can't. Please stop that. Please don't do that. While there are some arguments that these people have who have qualified themselves as this distinct population within the continental United States of America, these foundational Black Americans, there are some arguments that they make that I'm like, that part is right on. But you know what? That part is attempting to stand out amidst a sea of bullshit, amidst a sea of madness. And because you are not tied to anything that is attempting to empower you for real. You feel me? Ain't nothing you tied to trying to empower you for real, baby. Because at the end of the day, you still going before Senate, you still going before legislatures, you still going before white people with power, white males, white old men with power to try to use, a certain kind of legal language to make a case for reparations only for foundational Black Americans. Lord. Lord. Okay? Why? Do you? First of all, I've been saying this since I got up on here on this here internet, and y'all have watched. And I have not wavered in my positions about certain things. Certain things, I'm like, you know what? That shit I said about a year ago, I done learned some things, and my position has changed. That's growth. I let y'all see that. Ain't nobody gonna come back at me talking about, oh my God, you see what Cassandra said 6 years ago, 10 years ago? That was that bullshit. We need to, what y'all call it? Oh, what's the word when you like cut somebody off? What y'all call it? Cancel culture. We need to cancel her because there's some bullshit. She said this. I might have said some bullshit, but you know what? I deliberately left that bullshit up so you could witness in real time what evolution looks like. Huh? And every time I come to a new conclusion, I come to a new position, I leave that there and respond to the old position as the evidence of evolutionary necessity, bitch. You need to see me grow. Even as I'm a teacher, you need to see me grow. Even as I'm a minister, you need to see me grow. Even as I have created my own religious institution, you need to see where I came from in order to have arrived at this moment that I am. You need to see that growth. You feel me? And I'm telling you this for a reason, man. Because while I can talk about spiritual evolution and what is required of us in order to break through all the time, because the evolutionary process it doesn't have an end goal, baby. It don't have a stopping point. It don't have an end goal. There, quote, your quest for your destiny is ongoing from birth to the grave. Your destiny is always unfolding. It's always changing. You understand? It is. And so I need y'all to walk with me because some of this shit that I see happening on this here internet, it constantly reminds me of that scene in the Matrix, when Neo goes into the construct, you feel me, for the first time, the little makeshift Matrix, and Neo tells him every last one of these mofos is locked in. They locked in. Everybody you see need to be, quote, saved. Everybody up in here need to be rescued. But until they are rescued, they are the state. That's what he said. He ain't saying it no one, but he said that they are so locked in to what they believe is the thing, is correct, is the truth. They so locked in, they so tied to it. They don't even mind their oppression. They don't even mind their exploitation. As a matter of fact, they will act just like the police to protect their oppression, to protect their exploitation, to protect the system that has their boot on their goddamn neck. They will fight you to protect the boot, bitch. That's what we up against. While y'all up in here doing predictably exactly what the state knew you would and has played you like a damn accordion, bitch. Every last one of you. Every last one. They are sitting back, kicking back, laughing, tee-heeing, and giggling. These monstrous people that y'all let take hold of the state. I'm sitting here watching stuff about the megalomaniac billionaires that assisted the billionaire who ran for office in the what they call it, technocratic takeover of the state. And of all the 10 main billionaires, 5 of them have their roots in apartheid South Africa, and y'all act brand new about what you are witnessing in the real world. But not just these white nationalists with an actual origin in South Africa, born in apartheid South Africa, educated in apartheid South Africa. No, that wasn't enough to convince you. Black people driving Tesla cars, that shit still blows my mind. Any person of color driving a Tesla, that still blows my mind. The level of disconnect is sobering. It's sobering. Do you understand what I'm saying? But that wasn't enough. Because you think it's just some white boys from South Africa and they ain't really like that no more or whatever. And on the other half of the aisle is all of these pump faking so-called progressives that are the representatives of the most victimized, the most brutalized group of human beings in all of human history, though they have robbed us blind. Both sides, playing both sides. faking enemies in front of your face while being in literal bed with one another behind closed doors. And yes, I'm talking about Zionists. I am talking about straight up Hitler aligned Christo fascist white nationalists with tentacles all over the planet. And at the same time, and in bed with each other and homies, white skinned, European descended Zionists who have made themselves the ultimate minority on earth. Come on, man. But y'all beefing over who the real indigenous people. You feel me? I ain't no African. I ain't got no African in me. Your hair nappier than mine. Your nose bigger than mine. Your skin blacker than mine. And to be so simple in your goddamn thought processes to not even say, okay, well, multiple things can be true. Well, even if there might have been some 30,000 years ago, some Siberian man who came across the Bering Strait. You feel me? Some man and because some woman would have had to come with him. First of all, y'all love to do that. Y'all love to just erase half the human population, like his ass came over here by himself and populated the goddamn Americas by himself. But I digress. You feel me? But yeah, okay. So say 33,000 years ago, some Siberian man, some Asian man came over here, crossed the Bering Strait. You feel me? And then they populated what we now know as the Americas. Do y'all honestly believe? I'm talking about you FBAs. I'm talking about we the real indigenous people and shit. You feel? Do you really believe that some 30,000 years ago, that so-called Siberian who came across on the Bering Strait looked like the Asians of today? No, he looked like your black ass. He did. He did. If you study history at all, he looked just like the indigenous people from around the world just 100 years ago. We ain't even got to go back 30,000 years. Just 100 years ago, every single solitary place you go on the planet that white people descended upon, their skin was dark as mine. Even if they had bone straight hair, they were still black as you. Hell, you don't have to go back that far. Chief Red Cloud had motherfucking dreadlocks. Y'all, goddamn. We have photos of him from the 1800s. Chief Red Cloud had dreadlocks nattier than mine in the 1800s. Why y'all play so much? Why y'all fall into this shit so easily? Huh? Geronimo, when he got hemped up by the sellout scouts, the Apache, the White Mountains Apache. When Geronimo got hemped up by the traders, child, have y'all even seen pictures of Geronimo lately? His skin was as dark as mine. And so there were people with my kind of hair who were indigenous to the Western Hemisphere. And there were people dark as me but had bone straight hair in the Americas. Stop doing this shit. Stop being agents for your oppressors. Because let me tell you something. You FBAs fighting about who are the real foundational Black Americans. What about folks like me who have pictures of my both indigenous, what we call stereotypical Native Americans on my ancestor shrine, and my jet black know exactly where they come from on the African continent ancestors also on my shrine. What about us? So it's just the Native, quote, the Native American side that's gonna get some reparations, not us. Like, what is it? No, it's not. No, it's just the African side. Sorry, it's just the African side of my heritage that is entitled to, quote, reparations. First of all, I got some opinions about reparations that really deviate from the position that I had when I was a full-time activist doing reparations work. And I'm gonna tell you, do I want to go into this because it wasn't even on the list of mountainous list of shit I wanted to talk about, but I will say this. I'm no longer a person who believes in reparations to Black Americans. or to the descendants of enslaved Africans, right? That ain't my shtick no more. And it was solidified this week, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I saw this woman making this presentation in front of some council of all white people, talking about why foundational Black Americans are the only ones that are entitled to some reparations, that Jamaicans ain't entitled to no reparations, and Trinidadians ain't entitled to no reparations, and no what she called $5 Indians ain't entitled to no reparations, just foundational Black Americans. Baby, I could literally feel myself getting nauseous at the ignorance being spilt forth from between her mouth. I literally got sick. Because, bitch, what you talking about? If you talking about the colonial process and the impact that it had on human beings, this is why it can't be a conversation about the white world giving nobody shit. It ain't even a conversation that can be had. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the colonial white world, settler colonialists and domestic colonialists owe us everything. Who is the us? Everybody on the goddamn planet who came across some white person who felt entitled to the land that they, quote, founded like nobody else wasn't there. Everybody. That's why there ain't no reparations to give. The thief can't give you shit. The conversation is one that I'm telling you, I'm convinced. The conversation is one created, generated, and molded from within to do exactly what it do: confuse. Huh? It's just another weapon of war to have the former subjects of the empire, the victims of empire, fighting among each other about an idea that they don't intend to entertain nowhere at all. The one time is when people who look just like them, is when white people get brutalized by some white people, then they have a conversation about some reparations and get them to this day. Some white people who was holding people hostage as slaves get reparations for losing the monetary value of these people that they was holding hostage. They get some reparations. Stop doing that. Every single place we are, every single discussion that we have these days are discussions seeded by our opposition. They are. There ain't a conversation. I set up on here on Donald Trump's here internet today. Every time I was like, okay, I'm not opening another page. I'm not researching another thing. I done had enough. I see everything that we think we know is wrong. Everything you think you know is wrong. Everything you think you know is wrong. I'm talking about you college educated Negroes in particular. Those not just Negroes, not just us, not black skinned people, because I got several degrees and some little initials before and after my name. Okay, cool. I'm talking about you ones who go to law school, who are shouting from the rooftops, this against the law, this against the Constitution. They can't do this while they do this. In your face, on camera, in real time, live and in full effect. Like this ain't never been the case. Like this ain't never been the case. It's always been the case. And the only time that shit seemed to lessen, that shit seemed to this invention that has never existed in the real world. America as a concept has never existed. There's not a moment, not a millisecond that the America you say you know and love, because it's the land of the free and the home of the brave, and all you got to do in this wonderful melting pot is pick yourself up by the bootstraps, and you too can be a billionaire. And even though you say the pledge and you put your hand on your heart, and you know the songs, and you even get weepy and all of that shit, that America that y'all talking about ain't never existed. Never. As a matter of fact, for no one other than who created. There is never been a time in the United States of America where even the people who fight the hardest to preserve it, white women, even people who have fought the hardest to preserve that America, have not benefited from the idealized, make-believe, fictional story called America the Great, land of the free and home of the brave. And the only time that it even came minusculely close to that is when some person of color, primarily black skinned people, kicked this motherfucker's ass to force it to live up to its own words. That's the only time. All these rights that y'all come from around the globe, the thing, like this beacon of light, this make-believe, this beacon of light, this glass menagerie that attracts everybody from around the planet. See, I can go and get religious freedom there. Why you don't get it? I can go and get freedom of speech there. Why your ass don't get it? Never. Y'all always be talking about, well, see, this is the proof that there is two Americas. There is one America for them, and then there's one. No, bitch. It's always been one America. It's always been one America that was not meant for you, and they wrote it into their own constitution. We ain't talking about no women. We ain't talking about no colored folks. We ain't talking about no 3/5 no human being. We ain't talking about no Mexicans. We ain't talking about no natives. This for us. White land owning wealthy men. This shit rewriting right here. This for us. This for us. This our shit right here. This us. This ours. And when you start kicking ass for the bare minimum, boo, I'm gonna read some shit for y'all. It's gonna mess y'all up. It's gonna change your whole mind about everything. I was up in here because I know some things. You know what I'm saying? I study. And even me, I was up in here like, I was up in here all day today like, people ain't ready to do what has to be done. Ain't nobody up in this joint. I can't say I'm up in here ready to do what needs to be done based on what they told me. These white people, they was teaching me today. I was being taught by white men today. All day. All day today. That's all I was reading. Is the shit y'all refuse to read. I'm convinced you ain't gonna have me. I'm convinced that the whole idea of race nationalism as a quote appropriate response to power structures, you know what I'm saying? So we become black nationalists, we become native nationalists, we become Mexican nationalists, and I understand why we do it. I too have done that. But evolution and the necessity for it at this moment tells us, bitch, you can't get stuck there. Get what you need from your race nationalism, give you a sense of pride, a sense of like power and courage. Get what you need from your nationalism, but that cannot be your stopping point. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because I am convinced today more than ever that race nationalism is to not your natural inclination to preserve yourself. Race nationalism too is a construct of the state to keep you trapped right where you are. They need your race nationalism, boo. They need it. How else are we going to get these Negroes and these white people and these Asians and these Native Americans and these Mexicans at each other for nothing? Y'all ain't getting shit out of that. How have your conditions changed from your race nationalism, boo? Not when 1%, less than 1% of the people in the United States of America own and control 92% of the goddamn wealth. Bitch, you ain't fighting for shit with your race national. Not a goddamn thing. Nothing. As a matter of fact, the more we earn, the harder we work, the more we are robbed, the more they take. That's the nature of this thing. And so I had to study today. I had to learn from white men. That's what I had to do. I had to learn from Socrates today. You understand? I had to learn from Voltaire today. I had to study a whole bunch of men that I too was like, this is some boring shit. Why do people still read this shit if it's 100 years old, if it's 200 years old, if it's 500 years old? And the reason why is because it still works for them. They know your ass ain't going to want to read it because it's just, to you, a bunch of old boring white dudes. You feel me? And that ain't the world we live in no more, while they are literally orchestrating an unending rerun of a play that has served them well. I'm not joking. An actual identifiable play they have been running unending since the goddamn Greek Empire. I'm not joking. This shit is sobering. And because they know we don't study, Not that way. Now we'll read some Black Power shit all day, and it'll tell us the same shit over and over and over again. We'll read some Lenin, some Stalin, maybe we might even get up into some Marxian shit, but we ain't gonna go past that. We ain't gonna go past that. And they bank on it. They bank on it. I'm sitting here reading today, and the more I read, the more angry I got. I said, "Oh my God, I don't know. I'm at a place right now where I rightly don't motherfucking know how we gonna get the fuck up out of this. I really don't. I really don't. Because I'm yelling from the rooftops. You feel me? My page ain't, and all the time, and all the deep ass shit I've been talking about, and they keep me stuck. They keep me squashed at 4,000 views. Even though, listen, I'm going through my stats, and I'm seeing that a video got 12,000 views, but I still only got 4,000 followers after a year. It ain't moved. I still got 4,000 followers after a year, but each one of my videos getting 12, 11, 10,000 views. And y'all ain't sharing them. Can't be. Because I say, look, make it your personal mission, since you know they out to suppress and squash my shit. Just share while you on the live. Share my shit to 10 homies. Put it on your Facebook page. Put it on your IG. So I'm telling you, I studied white boys today. I studied a bunch of them. Thomas Hobbes, that rotten motherfucker. Machiavelli, these diabolical monsters. Voltaire and Rousseau, that white people love. Your white liberal friends love to force down your throat as the evidence of democracy and the separation of church and state. You don't know what the hell the goddamn separation of church and state mean. Child, listen, my brain is on overload, even though I have a monstrous amount of shit to do, to launch a mayoral campaign this week coming. But I'm like, okay, mother, what do you want with me in this shit? You need to tell them. You need to just read everything you can to them, so at least they can say they got it. They was up on game. And see, I knew that was coming. TikTok has blocked me again. Has cut me down again. But I'm not going to do it, man. Not when I'm sitting here reading all day today. The textbook machinations that happen predictably through human society when there is this palpable surge of rebellion and indignation. The textbook things that begin to happen that we've been witnessing in real time especially for the last 10 years. We've been witnessing. Everybody's like, why is the censorship so deep? Right? Why is the censorship so deep? Because they have been plotting and scheming, and they are more patient than you are. They are. For the last 5 years, I've been saying, listen, man, we need to be doing subtle, slow things. It's like steady is the motion. We need to be doing things because they are preparing us. You don't see it because you don't understand history. Most of you are so young, you do not remember you don't have a concept. You don't have a frame of reference of what the world looked like 10 years before you were born, just 10 years before you were born, and how radically different that is. They can bank on that. They can bank on what you don't remember. But I was born in 75. I have a crystal clear memory of these radical shifts seemingly back then from out of nowhere in society that are repeating themselves in real time. So I was going to talk to y'all early about the cosmology and the astrology coming up. This is the reason that things have been intensifying in your face every day. The last time I was up on here, I was telling y'all, why is Trump having such a tizzy fit? What is the peculiar nature of this temper tantrum that he is throwing about not receiving the Nobel Peace Prize? And so I was like, who the hell was Alfred Nobel, and why does Donald Trump want a piece of a Nobel Peace Prize so bad? Because he feels entitled to the Nobel Peace Prize because the the architect of the Nobel Peace Prize, was responsible for the massacre of millions of human beings in his lifespan. The only reason he created the Nobel Prize was in his death to give him a better image than the image that he had in his life while he was alive, because he was responsible for making the art of murdering humans in mass more efficient. That's what he did. He had 355 patents in his name, and all of the work and all of the education that he had, he chose to spend his whole lifetime making more efficient the art of mass murder. He was the inventor of dynamite. But not just dynamite. He was constantly looking to make it better, to make it so that the people, using the dynamite, there was less potential for harm to the ones using the dynamite. See, we only want to kill the people that the dynamite is for, not for the people using the dynamite. That's all he did, was constantly making it better, and then he would patent each process. They say his value at the time that he died was the equivalent of $32 billion today. And so he was like, he read this article because in the newspaper, they thought he died. His brother died. And they saw the last name and he was like, damn, he died. And the headline for the French newspaper was, what did they call him? The merchant of death is dead. That was the headline for the newspaper. The merchant of death is dead. They was like, it's about time. It's about time. This man who made his freaking fortune making it so much easier to kill human beings, making it so much more efficient and less harmful for the dealers of death to kill others. So the French thought he died. And they was like, yes, it's about time. Ding dong, the death merchant is dead. He reads the article and he got an attitude. Because he's like, first of all, bitch, it ain't me that's dead. It's my brother. So y'all got it wrong. But the article disturbed him so much, egomaniac that he was. It wasn't the fact that they were talking about approximately how many human beings had died as a consequence of his work to the number. Oh, that wasn't the thing that disturbed him. Nope. It was like, damn, this the only thing people gonna remember me for? Is how many people I'm responsible for killing? That's it. He is like, this newspaper article was a wake-up call. So what he does instead is he takes his entire fortune after the settling of his debts and leaves it to this committee to issue out Nobel Prizes after he's gone. No, he don't take his approximately $32 billion to repair the damage to the lives of human beings that he then is not indirectly, directly responsible for. Nope. Let me try to do some damage control that will actually impact somebody's life. No, not that. No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give all this money to a few select folks, you feel me? So that they can decide amongst themselves behind closed doors from year to year who will get the Nobel Prizes. The Nobel Prize for Science and Chemistry, the Nobel Prize for whatever the fuck, and the Nobel Peace Prize, just to make it look good. The first, I can't even remember the name of the first man to receive the Nobel Prize, was responsible for the murders of so many human beings. He gets the Nobel Prize. The first one. You know what I'm saying? So Donald Trump ain't wrong. Y'all stop giving that white boy a hard time about that damn Nobel Prize. Y'all just give him that damn Nobel Prize because he, unlike yourselves, y'all keep saying Donald Trump is old. Y'all keep saying Donald Trump is got dementia. You feel me? Y'all keep saying Donald Trump's stupid. See, he can't even read. I keep telling you, you can see when weaponized incompetence is being used against you in your personal relationships. But when your leadership, when your president, when your senators, when your elected officials, when your Congress people be playing in your face with that bullshit, you are clueless. Clueless. when strategic and weaponized incompetence is being used against you. All they got to do is say, well, he doing that because he don't know no better, because he ain't right in the head and shit. Though he is the face, the figurehead of global power. But you know, you see his ankles, you see he's sick. You feel that's the same shit y'all said about old boy Biden. Though he walked you into 2 wars and you still acting like Biden was some kind of good guy. You still doing that. That shit blows my mind. You still behave as if Biden was some kind of good guy, despite the fact that y'all voted for him, despite the fact that you knew that when you voted for him, he hated black people. You knew that. He told you in your face, if you don't vote for me, because I'm a Democrat, and that's all I need to be to get y'all vote. And if y'all black and y'all don't vote for me, what he say in your face? Y'all ain't black. Y'all ain't really black. Y'all ain't about that life. That's what he said to you. And y'all still ran to the polls to vote for him because anything but Trump. Y'all did that. Y'all did that, though he admitted, never apologized, never paid no reparations, but he admitted the reason you black bitches got all this goddamn student loan debt that you will never come the fuck up from out of is because of me. I am the one that wrote the legislation that made it impossible for you to file bankruptcy on student loans, because we knew the only people filing for student loans was the only people who needed student loans was black and poor. I did that. I created the student loan bubble that we all made out like bandits off of at y'all expense. Thank you very much. We did that. He admitted, I don't vote in presidential elections. I don't know how many times I got to tell y'all that shit. I don't just be talking to y'all. I don't just be talking to y'all. My convictions are what they are. I have never voted in a presidential election. I never intend to vote in a presidential election. I don't bite my tongue about that shit. I don't bite my tongue about it. I will vote locally because I can see the impact of a local vote. You know what I'm saying? I can get at the people I voted for and drive them crazy. But I've never voted in. I didn't vote for the Negro either time. Sure didn't. Sure didn't. So they ain't never no shit y'all gonna be able to. And I wish half of you had that much integrity to say, well, you know, I did make a mistake. Because it's not about condemning you about who you voted for. It is about recognizing the nature of this well-oiled machine that will play you against your own self-interest, that will betray you against your own self-interest, because all you see is an either or and no way out. Do you understand? I would never shame somebody, even if they voted for Trump, child. I would never shame someone for the vote that they believed in their mind based on the lie that's been fed to them, that their vote mattered, that their vote was actually going to change their circumstances, when it never has. It never has, baby. I promise you it hasn't. And until we change the nature of the state, this is the shit we are confronted with. This is not my opinion. I'm about to read y'all some shit today that is really going to distress you. It's really going to. So if you ain't looking to be distressed, you feel me? If you ain't looking to know the truth behind everybody that said they was on your side, but was playing in your face, baby. Every single one. Every single one. Every single one. And for those of you who called yourself some, we voted right, you didn't vote right. At the end of the day, when people are challenging you to say, look, you cannot vote for Kamala either. That's what they were saying. They didn't say vote for Trump. They said you can't vote for Kamala either. There's a difference in what was being said by certain groups of people in this community, that you can't vote for Kamala because she is a supporter, an outright, outspoken supporter of what was happening in Israel, when people were too tender-footed to say what it was. People was too timid, too shy, I don't want to mess up my money, you feel me? It's only now, 2 years later, that you have a few little Hollywood stars saying, I got my pen on. They ain't even making no declaration. They just saying, see, I got my pen on. It's only 2 years later, after 150,000 men, women, and babies have been massacred, that they feel pressured to say, I stand with I don't like genocide. She wasn't even saying that I wholeheartedly, both feet down, stand with Israel. And so you black women in particular, it broke my heart, man. that within the first 48 hours of them catapulting her forward as a candidate, y'all raised $88 billion for this Zionist. 88 billion. No, 88 million. Was it million? I forget how. It was a lot of goddamn money. That's what it was. 88 million. I think it was 88 million. And 88 million in 48 hours. But every time you turn around, folks talking about we ain't got no money. We ain't got no money. We ain't got no money for that. We ain't got no money. We ain't got no money for that. We ain't got no money. But when black women saw themselves represented in this woman who perpetually told them in their face, bitch, I ain't black. Fuck what you heard. I'm Indian. I got a head roll when I need to when I'm playing in y'all face. But make no mistake, I do not represent your interests. Did we need a Kamala as a reminder of the perpetual list of betrayals by Obama? Apparently we needed it because y'all still herald this dude as something that was beneficial and good for the black community. You can't list one thing this Negro did in 2 terms that benefited, uplifted, or catapulted the black experience anywhere. But you can count the number of bodies being dumped in shallow graves in Libya, and he and Hillary Clinton are directly responsible for why there are slave auctions in one of the most affluent African countries before his entering into the goddamn White House. You can do that. You can count how many all these promises he made about closing down Guantanamo. He didn't do that. About resolving the terrible conditions of prisoners and POWs around the world. He didn't do that while white people was had Afghani people wearing hoods and putting electrodes on their fingers and on their genitals and forcing them to do all kinds of. He didn't do that. Y'all hooped and hollered when under Obama, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, and Gaddafi were quote assassinated. That all happened under Obama, boo. So while he got all this gusto to do everything for everybody, what you got? What you get? What did you get? Did you get your houses back that had just been robbed from you in 2008? Did you get that back? Did you get your money back? All this money that you poured into being a homeowner under these deliberately orchestrated subprime mortgages that were deliberately obtuse, so you didn't understand them, and you still fighting to keep your house, and the same bitch that created the predatory lending, which is what they called it when they created it. Predatory lending under George Bush, the same bitch that set up the shit to make sure their primary target was black people and Mexican people. In the orchestration of the predatory loans under Bush. And then the bubble came to fruition like it was created to exploit wealth from your communities, because they knew once they got you in the loan saying, oh, okay, I can get a house and I can pay a $400 a month mortgage. I can do that. And they do not explain that what the subprime means is that in a year of paying your mortgage on time, that your mortgage will go from $400 to $1,000. And you fight like hell, you work some more hours, you do the thing, you pay all this equity into your house, and then the next year it go up to $1,500, $15,000, or $1,500, or $2,000 a month. And then all this equity, all this time, all this money you done paid to go into your house, they can still say, well, we coming to get your shit because now we got to raise it up to $3,000 and we know good and damn well you ain't got that. So we just going to take this shit. So not only did we get all the money that you've been paying in all this time, and we still got the value of the house itself. They called the subprime mortgage scandal the greatest robbery. They call it a transfer. The greatest transfer of wealth in the history of this country since the Great Depression, since the stock market crash that gave rise to the Great Depression. What does that mean? It means it was the easiest way to rob you bitches blind. That's what it meant. That's what it meant. Stop saying wealth transfer. What wealth transfer means is they got more finesseful about the different ways that they can still rob you. You understand? Did Obama give you your shit back? Because all of that happened. All of that was growing and growing and growing under 2 terms of Bush. Obama became the president at the height of the subprime mortgage scandal. Did he make it his mission to ensure that somebody would pay for this obvious crime? Nope. What he did do though is make the same bitch who created the predatory lending. He made her his something economic something Penny Pritzker, the same woman who drafted the terms and conditions of predatory lending under the first term of Bush. Guess what? Obama said, "Come on in here. We need you to be a chief economic advisor on my cabinet." Did she go to prison for that? Did she have to pay reparations for that? Did any of the bankers that invested as heavily as they did into Obama because they knew exactly what he was going to do? Nothing. As a matter of fact, he was going to bail them out. So not only did they rob everybody blind, they was going to put on this front like they were suffering because of the stock market crash. And so all of these billions from the government would now go to bail out these banks because the people need the banks so that they can rob them again. I'm sorry I'm on one, but nobody is coming to rescue you with policy. Nobody. And everybody talking about senior sharing for Democrats as if the Democrats ain't got no power whatsoever because it's a Republican cabinet and it's a Republican Congress. We just don't have any power. We just have to sit back and watch them do what they do. But isn't this whole thing set up supposedly so that never happens? And even as it is happening, even as there is an attempt under this dude to do all of this draconian shit, are your Democrats staging anything that even looks like a contest? Huh? They shooting people in the face while they on the ground from spraying and beating up a woman. This dude that just got killed in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, and y'all still do not believe. Y'all still do not believe that this is a play. We have been talking about this twin energy shit as a setup since the beginning of the year. Y'all still do not believe that they use what is familiar to you. What is familiarity? It's not what they say out their mouth. It's not scripts that they write. It is symbolism. It is deep memory. It is memory intended to make your limbic system that's well trained work against you. It's not a coincidence that this man who is a Gemini, with all this Gemini symbolism in his own legacy, child, both of his terms are 9/11. Both of his terms are not only 9/11, both of his terms are mirror images of 9/11. He as a Gemini. Both of his terms. His first term was 9/11. His second term is 11/9. This is a mirror image, 9/11. Huh? The destruction of the twins. And they why are they super fixated on, quote, the Twin Cities? And every time you turn around, every campaign that he is launching is happening on some numerically significant day. So every time some shit pop off, the first thing I'm doing is what happened on this day in whenever, or events of this day. Because that's how fixated on symbolism they are. They know your ass ain't going to remember, but they going to remember. So that's all I'm going to say that way about that. That was supposed to be just an introduction, but that's all I'm going to say about that. There are certain ways that I'm going to get to that because there's a lot that I want to read to you, and I don't want this to be no 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 ass live. I got shit to do, but this is important. Okay. So let me just say, I saw this video today, didn't intend to, but I saw this video today, and typically, and I'm going to say this as gently as I can, this content creator has great subject matter. Her voice drives me absolutely up the wall. So I can only take her in small doses and pieces. As a matter of fact, when her video came through my For You, I was like, do I have the patience to listen to this shit today? She's even talked about it on her channel. Like, people, are always criticizing me and my comments for my vocal fry. It's just how I talk. It's that bad. But I'm going to say, on this here day, and so let me add a disclaimer. The subject was great and crazy on time because she is a white woman in America. She can only go so far in her analysis about the topic. She can only get so deep. And that's not a dig at white people. Opportunism is a real it's a real strategy. It is a real weaponized technique. And when you rest in a certain place within this paradigm of oppression and oppressors, you can only come to a certain depth of conclusion if you don't have active ongoing relationships of those people who are more directly impacted by power. You understand what I'm saying? It's always the case because your frame of reference isn't their frame of reference. So your understanding can only go so deep. That's why you still have so-called progressive white people talking about it's not a race issue, it's a class issue. It's because race don't affect them. Race don't affect them. They don't have to empathize with the suffering that is peculiar to those who are of some color, of some hue that is not looked upon well by those in positions of power. So because race is not their lived experience, because race nationalism, because racism is not something that they have to even live with, they don't even have to, it doesn't even occur to them, they can say, we're all workers, we're all in this together. It's not about race, it's about class. They don't ever say that to women though, because typically they're talking to white women. You know what I'm saying? They don't ever say it's not about sex, it's about class. They don't never say that. Have you ever heard them same people say that? It's not about sex or gender, it's about class. They don't ever say that. You understand? And so I don't get upset about that shit because I know what their limitations are. And when I'm saying, why I'm saying this is because we cannot let anyone else to speak for us, analyze for us, because the analysis that they have the capacity to come to is always going to be short. It's always going to be narrow. It's never going to benefit you. You and white women do not have these same struggles. I don't give a damn. She could be really poor, man. She could be raised in a trailer park. She can be dirt poor. And there is a space where I can empathize with that because I recognize she is a victim of the state too. But given the opportunity, broke off a little cash, cleaned up a little bit, and she will become an agent of the state. It is predictable. You understand? Based on self-interest, based on material interest, she will become an efficient agent of the state. I spent so many hours today because it's a piece that we need to do. They will always betray. While patriarchy remains, baby, while patriarchy remains, they will always betray you. And because we want so bad for us to all be in this together, now I'm saying multiple things, because I do not accept that race nationalism is the way to restore the planet. I don't. At the same time, I can recognize that those who are furthest away from the deepest suffering, the most terrible conditions, this thing happening with these Mexicans and ICE, if you are not offended, man, something is wrong with your brain. There are a multiplicity of races and ethnicities throughout this country, of so-called immigrants throughout this country. Ain't nobody talking about no Asians. Ain't nobody swooping down on Asian communities, and I'm not asking for that. I'm not calling for that. But I'm saying, damn, ain't nobody asking the obvious question? Cubans mad. They like, damn, why they coming after us? Why they coming to get us? We 70% of the Cuban community voted for Trump. They're like, why they coming to get us? We just been down here minding our own business, acting like good white nationalists and shit. Because your Cuban ass look Mexican enough to justify us coming to get you. And if y'all don't understand that, That is concerning. The fact that right here in this city, there is a whole town, a whole, what you call these little, what you call it? These little towns within LA proper, Glendale and all of these little towns, but they're still inside of LA proper. And Glendale, right away, the first week when they saw this shit coming down the pipe, they was like, y'all ain't coming to get none of our people. And they were talking about how there is a law on the books that if a city feels threatened, they can end all of their contracts with ICE. And the first week that these ICE raids started happening here in June, Glendale made a public declaration that they killed all of their contracts with ICE because the city of Glendale is 90% Armenian. Do you think there's been any ICE agents descending upon Glendale to kidnap all the goddamn Armenian? The whole town is Armenian. I go to school there. I go to school at Glendale Community College. 95% of the student body at that school is Armenian. Their whole programs, whole music programs in the music department, that's just Armenian music. Do you think the ICE is got them hiding and shit, trying to protect them? No. So the fact that this shit is so obviously, blatantly fucked up and racist against indigenous people at that, and mom's the word, and y'all okay as black people, y'all okay with that? Because you don't know history. Because you don't know that it was indigenous Mexican people who fought to end slavery damn near 100 years before the United States did. Because you don't know history. That when you ain't had no place to go as an enslaved African in America, how they talk about the northern escape, but they don't talk about how many hundreds, if not thousands, of black people could escape to Mexico and be given protection in Mexico. By who? Was it Spaniards that was giving y'all the protection? Hell no, it was indigenous Mexican. It was Mexica people. God damn it. Stop doing your fucking enemy's work for him, man. That shit is gross. It's gross. And I can chalk it up to a level of ignorance because I know you young people do not read. You can't. Not saying some of the shit y'all say. You cannot read. You cannot have picked up a book that's older than 10 years old. You can't have. To say some absolute, to look at the men and women who were fighting at the Alamo, who were fighting the Mexican-American wars, and half of them dark as your people now, y'all tripping. Y'all are really tripping. Y'all really tripping. Hell, the goddamn Lumbee Indians this year just got federal recognition as a legitimate tribe, though they have been fighting every year since the 50s. To be recognized as a legitimate tribe. And the reason that they have been denied because they black as me and you. That's why. That's why. Not only that, the Lumbee were notorious. For every time some slave rebellion popped off, the Lumbee was going to be front and center. Like, let's go. Like, we was waiting for this. Let's go. Yeah. The Yamasee, same thing. That every time some black person said we got to be free and it ain't just going to be me crossing the Mason-Dixon line, we got to set this shit off, the Lumbee, the Yamasee was like, look, you need some arms, you need some food, you need a place to hide till you can get this shit popping. It was them. So stop it. Y'all are malignant at this point. Always looking for a space of separation. And I'm telling you, our struggles are the same. I don't give a fuck where we are on earth. Even in Europe, and don't nobody want to have that conversation. I get why. Our struggles are the same everywhere on this planet. Everywhere on this here earth. China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Thailand, Fiji, Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii. There ain't a place on the planet where people ain't goddamn indigenous and suffering the same exact calculated shit everywhere. You talking about reparations to black people in America, and you ain't talking about how do we restore the whole goddamn planet so everything that's been robbed from every brown skin, red skin, yellow skin, indigenous person on the face of the planet get their shit back. That ain't the conversation. Who you think about to give you shit? After they robbed you blind, they massacring you in broad daylight. Black people talking about we at home resting, bitch. But why? Why you resting? Just because they done came after some Mexicans don't mean your conditions have changed at all. They still murking black people like it's going out of style. But guess what? Black folks that's getting murked like it's going out of style. Do you think that stop and frisk, the unofficial law of stop and frisk, has stopped against black people because they done targeted Mexicans now? Do you think that's what has happened? That you at home resting comfortably? Have police killings of black people stopped since they started targeting brown folks in June? Has that stopped? Have they stopped arresting black skinned people because now they got new sights to set on in the brown people? Has that what's happened? No. And not only that, people, some malignant ass young woman with the name of my mama, Goddess Kali, girl, stop. Girl, stop. I was so upset. Please don't do that. Please do not put my mama name on your name talking no bullshit like that. Laughing when she was talking about how these ICE agents are literally going onto sovereign lands. They are going onto reservations and rounding up who they know is natives to place in ICE. Video footage of a punk ass ICE agent talking about, she say, we natives. Da-da-da-da-da. He was like, that's all right. We coming for y'all too. And this girl on her TikTok laughing. She think that's funny? She think that's funny. Because y'all ain't the real natives. Bitch, they live on reservations. Not only do they live on reservations, you sitting in your house all comfortable with your heater and shit. They live in what we call natives, reservations. But do you know what a reservation is? It's a third world country. That's what it is. And I've only been on 2 reservations in my whole life that didn't look like third world countries. And I mean third world countries. I grew up poor. And the level of poverty that I grew up in was poor. It was nothing compared to what I have seen being invited onto 7 reservations in this country. Not even close. Not even close. What do you think that indigenous people have that's belong to us foundational? Ooh. Your ass ain't been outside your goddamn city limits talking about what you deserve at somebody else's expense. I done been in native people's houses that don't have no stove or fucking refrigerator. 7 people living in the same house. Y'all better stop. Y'all better stop it. You laugh because you witnessed some woman and her nephew be brutalized by brutes? At least it ain't us. They ain't but $5 Indians. Lord, and y'all be acting clueless about how something like Nazi Germany could happen. Y'all be clueless. Y'all be really acting brand new about how something so obviously wrong, like what happened in the Holocaust, could happen. Where were all the people? Where were their friends doing this same shit y'all doing? At least it ain't us. I mean, I feel bad, you know what I'm saying, for them taking them people's store like that, but at least it ain't us. I'll just keep my head down and, you know what I'm saying, say I don't agree with it, and that's all I need to do. But the reason that y'all were so surprised and shocked by Nazi Germany is because y'all don't give a damn about black people. That's why. Everybody is guilty, baby. Everybody is guilty. There are no innocents. They're not. Your complicity is a crime against humanity. Yes, it is. That's what your Nuremberg trials say. That's what the articles of crimes against humanity. That's the first one, as a matter of fact. The first act of genocide is complicity in the committing of genocide. That's the first one. International law. Do y'all read? Hell no. Complicity, to know something is wrong, to witness something wrong being done, and to do nothing, to say nothing. This is complicity, because it's what allows genocide to unfold. And you can see it clear when it's the Holocaust. But honey, what about us? What about black folks? Y'all can't see it. To this day, right now, today, y'all can't see what has happened to black skinned people in this country as genocide. It's not the same. I done heard y'all say it. And if you can't see in real time, in your face, all the time the evidence of genocide, perpetual genocide being unleashed and targeting black skinned people, then I know it's impossible for you to see the unending, uninterrupted genocidal assault on indigenous people, on Native Americans, on red-skinned descendants of this land who have been the caretakers of this land for 30,000 years. So y'all stop. Y'all black people, I'm talking to y'all too. I know good and damn well that you can be okay to this day. That's why I don't trust none of y'all, as a matter of fact. I don't trust none of y'all. I don't trust none of y'all. Anybody saying I'm a patriot, I don't trust you. Anybody saying we have to fight for America, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I really don't. I don't trust you. Anybody saying this is America, this can't happen in America, I definitely don't trust you. Because I already know what your memory of America is. Your memory of America ain't the existence, ain't the lived experience of nobody else but you. And you know who I'm talking to. This is not the America I grew up in, but everybody else has. This ain't new to nobody who has lived on this earth any significant period of time. This ain't nothing new. But we can watch these. So you think there's a difference between the police and ICE? No, there ain't. Not when the police ain't no better. Not when the police can kill a 12-year-old in the park. Not when the police can bum rush an old 89-year-old woman, Katherine Johnson, and shoot her while she in her bed. No. And we tell y'all not when two white boys can take and fake like they gonna give a brother a ride, but we ain't got no room, so you got to go on the back of the pickup truck. And when he goes to get on the pickup truck, they put a rope around his neck and drag his body until his limbs and head come apart. Mum's the word. This didn't happen at the turn of the century. This happened at the end of the 90s. Not only did it happen at the end of the 90s, it was the first time in the history of this country that a white person was sentenced to death for killing a black person. First time. So no, no. I can go off on this for a long time because I'm so much today. And it's crazy. I woke up in such an extraordinary mood today. I woke up in such a good mood today. I was like, damn, is this going to be like what my whole day is going to be like? Because I woke up in I had a great, I said as soon as I hit the floor, I have to write this dream down in my journal. More like this, mother. Come on, dude. More like this. This was nice. I had such a wonderful dream last night. It was so real. It was like palpable. I know I be talking a lot, you understand? And I don't say much. But baby, I had a dream last night. Oh my God. About my boo. He do not know that he is my husband. He don't know yet. He don't know. And I be joking about it a lot, but I be for real too. You understand? And my future husband, if I ever get married again, this is the only person on earth that can convince me to do so. And that dream today was like a brilliant confirmation. I went to go see him in concert. I was like, oh my God, I paid the extra money to get a backstage pass to meet the band. And I'm standing and I'm talking to other people that are back there being my charming self. You feel me? I'm just the life of the party. I'm talking. I'm like, oh my God, they were so good. Yeah. And this girl's face changes sharply while I'm talking. I'm like, yeah, girl, that was great. Yeah. We all hyped because the show was so good. And standing over my shoulder was him. Listening to what I was saying about how dope the band was and this and that and this and that. Greatest concert I ever saw. This and that and this and that. And he says, he whispers into my ear, you want to go for a walk? I said, me? He said, yeah, you. Let's go for a walk. Child, and we go walking. I don't know where the hell we were, but we in California because there's desert everywhere. We go walking at night into like the desert. And he said, and we were talking about all kinds of stuff. And I said, yeah, well, you know, I'm always joking about how you're going to be my husband. He said, oh yeah, that's cute. That's funny. I said, no, I joke about it a lot because you the one. He said, well, why don't we just do it now? I said, what do you mean? He said, why don't we just get married now? I said, are you being funny? That's not funny. That's not funny. He's like, no, I'm actually serious, Cassandra. Let's get married now. And we make vows in the fucking desert and get married. And I wake up. I was like, can that be, please? Can we go ahead and have that sooner than later? Sooner than later. It was such a good dream. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all, I've been talking to y'all a lot, man. And this year, like for everybody else, I have been waking up, even being deliberate. The pressure has been so much in every way that it's rare that I wake up light. It's rare that I wake up not instantly feeling the pressure and like jolting myself out of bed. Okay, I got shit to do. I got money to make. I got things to resolve. I got problems instantly all the time. It's so rare that I wake not feeling like there's the pressure of an elephant sitting on my chest. And so today I woke up so light. I woke up in such a great mood. So of course I go and play my baby music all day. I'm like on a vibe. The whole first part of the day was so nice. So nice. And then the bullshit. Then the bullshit. Because let me tell you something. Patriarchy is on a move, bitch. And he cannot afford for you to have a moment of happiness. Not no prolonged moment of happiness. Because then you start plotting and scheming on some shit. You start plotting and scheming. I'm going to tell y'all who it is so y'all can go and look him up. Mike Patton. If you hear me, Mike Patton, from this day, and, forward my shit. Tag my shit. Tag this nigga in my shit. Because he needs to know he is my husband, whether he knows it or not. And y'all know me. Y'all know my weakness. Y'all know I've shared with you everything about myself. My weakness is genius. My weakness is genius. It is. It is. However, the caveat is this, is I know a lot more now about genius in men. I know a lot more about genius in men than I did when I got married to a genius. And Mike Patton, as a matter of fact, I saw like a little mini doc about him maybe 2 weeks ago. And I was like, oh, damn, I didn't know he was a good, because I just assume anybody that's a genius, I'm going to tell you, it is a safe assumption for some time, for about 15 years. My assumption is if they are genius with a penis, they are probably a narcissist. That's just my default, baby. It's called lived experience, because that's always been my weakness. I love brilliance in a man. I do. If you want to, I used to tell my ex-fiance, don't boo talk me on the phone. I don't want to, I don't need to hear how beautiful I am. I don't need to hear no boo talk. I said, everything that's in your brain, I want it. Everything that's in your brain, I want that. So when we talk on the phone, because we had a long distance relationship, when we talk on the phone, every time we talk on the phone, I need you to recite me a new Odu. He said, are you serious? I said, 1,000%. Every time we talk on the phone, you don't have to tell me, baby, I love you. You don't have to tell me, oh, you look so pretty today. None of that shit. When we getting ready to say goodbye and I love you, I need you to recite an Odu for me. And he did it every time. I was like, yes, yes, yes. You understand? But narcissism will always get in the way, even of good intentions. Every time, all the time. So I'll be real fickle, timid about genius expressed in men. Because it's just been not even in intimate relationships of my own. I have witnessed in putting my hands on hundreds of women in the city, child, over and over and over again, women who are betrayed by the genius of good, initially well-intentioned indigenous men, native men, Mexican men, black men, white men, people who are, quote, real radicals, people who are, quote, about that life, people who know all the traditional songs and dances, people who are, excellent in the application and creation of their regalia, people who are so about ceremony, they in ceremony all the time. I have heard monstrous stories about men in this city that I loved as, quote, comrades, loved as, yes, that motherfucker right there is about that life. And then lo and behold, you get behind closed doors with they boo. And she like, nah, nah, bitch, it ain't that. It ain't that. They call it noble narcissism. I didn't even know that was a thing until I got to California. I was like, oh shit, that's been every relationship I've been in. I wish I'd have known about some noble narcissism when I was 19, 20 years old. I'd avoided a whole line of heartbreak. Sure would have confused every time it happened because I just don't understand. They said they were about this. How can they be like this and still be out in the world like this? Noble narcissism. Their good deeds are the cloak that they use to protect them when this bitch finally get the confidence to out their ass. That's what it is. It's make believe. And you can't see it when it's the state though. But now you can see it. You feel me? When it's your individual partner on that bullshit. But you can't see it when it's the state. They put on a front of, what do they call it? What the white people call it? Philanthropy. After we rob you blind, we'll give you a little pittance of your stuff back and call it charity. After the Roman Catholic Church robbed the whole globe blind, we'll be the face of global charity and calls for peace. As we taught the entire white world how to commit mass murder. It's the church that did that. It is the Roman Catholic Church, better than any emperor, that taught the entire European world through brute force and brigandage how to massacre the rest of the world in the quest for gold and loot and spice and all that shit. They robbed everybody else of. The church did that. But y'all still act confused every once in a while when there's some great epiphany of how many indigenous babies' bodies are buried in mass shallow graves right here up in this bitch. 2,000 babies found on the grounds of a closed down school. 3,000 babies. It was just 1 year. 1 year. 3 years ago, was it? 7,000 babies that people were trying to identify in Canada. Indigenous babies. None more than 13 years old from residential schools. Dug up out of shallow graves. 7,000 babies in a year. You will not have me betray the earth. You will not have me betray the earth. You will not have me betray my mother by saying some of the ludicrous, outlandishly flawed, even if you don't study, because there are people with third grade, eighth grade reading comprehensions that take better positions than some of you. That they don't betray their own sense of integrity by saying some malignant shit, laughing about indigenous people's minuscule examples of sovereignty being further betrayed by ICE agents coming onto reservations and kidnapping indigenous people, primarily women, like they always have, and call it law, call it something else. Stop, man. Stop. I don't know how I got on that, but Mike Patton is my boo. He don't know it yet, but he gonna be my husband. If I ever get married again, it's going to be him. Okay? I saw a video that just made me love him even more because there was an assumption that he too, as genius as he is, he must be a narcissist. He has to be because that's just what it is in patriarchy. Men who are genius are primed, taught. Their narcissism is welcomed. It's even upheld. As long as they're a genius, they can be a narcissist. Hell, have history tell you, as long as you're a genius, you can be a mass murderer. And we'll still call you after you die one of the most brilliant men that ever lived. There ain't no shortage of them. Genius men. And for genius' sake, you can get away with mass murder, bitch. You can even go down as the father of some this and that. You feel me? So I was like, well, Mike Patton is a genius. So he must be a narcissist. It's just par for the course. Then I saw this damn documentary. I was like, yes. Oh my gosh, there is one among them that come hell or high water will do the right thing. Oh, this thing it gave me life, child. It gave me life. It gave me life. It gave me life. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I was like, come on in the room, Mike. You have redeemed at least a sliver of mankind on this day. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That you ain't let these people turn you into a monster. His battle with the music industry, who He was looking after how he was creating an empire that could listen, chat. He created an empire navigating, bobbing and weaving that bullshit so that every single body that the goddamn mute that was in his circle of folks, not just his band, all they were talking about all of these bands who to this day who haven't cut another album because of the royalties that Michael Patton is able to pay to pay them whole bands, several whole bands, that because he secured his shit the way that he did, where he could maintain his integrity and still be able to do exactly what he wanted to do, that everybody tied to him, all these bands for decades, for what, 3 decades, almost 4 decades, have been able to live off just the royalties that Mike Patton pays to them. I'm like, come on in the room. Can you teach this as a master class or some shit? Like, let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. That shit just, it was like the sliver of sunshine in this whole thing about how we have to save the earth, how we have to save the planet. All of us are responsible. Because all of us, whether we want to admit it or not, whether we can see it, all of us are responsible for the way the world is. So we are all responsible for what must become. All of us. There is no sitting this shit out. Now we've allowed a villain. He is not a soul villain. He is the most expressed personification of a progress, of a process that's been in play for a long time. And it relies on our complicity. It relies on our enthusiastic participation in this thing. None of us are exempt. I am not exempt. I am not exempt. I was telling y'all a couple of years ago about the first time I took this survey on this website called slaveryfootprint.org. Child, that shit shook me to my absolute core. But I challenge everybody to take the survey. I don't give a fuck how poor you think you are. Take the 10-minute survey so that you can have a mirror up in your face to show you your shit. You do not realize the gravity of your participation in the thing that is killing you. We all participate. That's how it gave birth to itself, is to ensure that we are all ensnared in its web. There is none among us that are not a participant. And most of us are enthusiastic, willing participants in this monstrosity that now is threatening to make everybody on earth uncomfortable, except not no longer just them few over there on that side of town. You feel me? They just don't know how to manage their money good. That's why it looked like that over there. Or them people sleeping on the street. See, they don't know how to handle money. You feel me? Or they just filthy drug addicts. You feel me? That's why they like look like it look. Y'all ain't got no excuses no more. There ain't nobody up in here got no excuses no more. Take that damn survey. Slaveryfootprint.org, baby. It shook the shit. I am poor. As it goes, if you were to look at my checking account and how much I make versus how much I spend just to maintain the bare minimum, a place to live that's not outside, and some electricity and some gas to cook some food, and maybe I get to, because I haven't been out. Like y'all used to know, I used to go out pretty often to go dancing. That's how I like stabilize my worldview. I haven't been dancing since the week before my birthday, September. Since the week before my birthday. No extra, nothing, nowhere. Everything I own goes directly to the rent man, directly to the internet people, so I can continue making just the enough that I need to give it to everybody the fuck else. I am considered the lower end of working class based on my tax returns and shit. You feel me? And so I'm like, I'm good. I know my slavery footprint ain't hardly nothing because I don't do no extra shopping. You feel me? I can't even remember the last time I bought a new article of clothing. When is the last time I bought a new article of clothing? I don't even remember. Maybe August? July. I think it was July. It was the dress that I was going to wear for my birthday in September. July is the last time I bought a single article of new clothing. So I don't be going on shopping sprees. I don't be wilding out. You feel me? So I'm taking the slaveryfootprint.com, .org, what you call it? The little thing to see what my slavery footprint is. The little survey to see what my slavery footprint was. I'm like, I'm good. I recycle to a fault, child. If y'all was to see my bedroom and how I think I have to take my trash bag out. It's a 13-gallon trash bag in my kitchen. I think I have to take that out once a month. Like, I am neurotic about recycling what I need to recycle, even little scraps of paper. I find ways to reuse that shit. I am neurotic about that shit. Certain foods I don't buy anymore because of this damn slaveryfootprint.org damn survey. So I'm thinking I'm good. I ain't got no slaves. You feel me? I ain't got no slaves. Let me take this slaveryfootprint.org survey just to prove what I already know. I ain't got no slaves. And that goddamn, I can laugh about it now, but that shit had me fucked up for a good long while. That damn survey said, look, bitch, you are well below average for an American. For a person living in the United States of America, you are below average. That's all right. That's nice. But you still have 25 motherfucking people on this planet somewhere working for free so you can have the lifestyle that you have. I said, excuse me, what? Excuse me, huh? That for your lifestyle as put in this survey right here, you are below the American average. But there are still 25 people on this planet somewhere working for free every single day for you to have the lifestyle that you have. That is what I mean. We are all locked in. Until we all change it, we are all locked in. And the only way you can see the role that you play is to shine the fucking light on your shit, is to look at yourself. You don't have to put your shit on blast like I do. You feel me? You can look in the mirror, take that damn survey, and let that survey show you your shit so that you can adjust accordingly. You feel me? People be talking about, I don't even understand how slavery lasted as long as it did in a Christian country. How that happened? Just like it's happening today. That's how it can happen. Slavery is the third largest illegal economy on the planet, on Earth. What you mean? Back then. And there's an estimated, 88 million people enslaved on this planet? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. You understand? This ain't nobody exempt from this work. And if you ain't letting the mother have her way with you, you ain't about this life. The reason that this here live is entitled, Everywhere You Go, There You Are. This is a part of it. Everywhere you go, there you are. Who is the you I'm talking about? Everywhere you go, there you are. Who is the you I'm talking about? I'm talking about your mama. Everywhere you go, there you are. Now let me shift off my diatribe so I can actually talk about some of the things that I have opened up to share with you. So I can now, from the introduction, now give you the receipts. Give you the receipts. I'm gonna start with the first thing that I intended to start with, the last live that we did, and I got off on a 4-hour deep dive off the dome without reading some of the things I had open. So one, the first thing, let's see, what am I gonna say? I know what I'm gonna start with. Because I think it will help clarify between the last live that I did, which was Welcome to the True Golden Age, and this thing I'm talking about, everywhere you go, there you are. Let me go back on, because I know y'all was going ham in the comment section, and I know y'all thought I was ignoring you, and I wasn't. You feel me? And let me do some more housekeeping. I need money because I am running a campaign to change the fucking planet in the real world in real time, and I am making a spectacle to do so. I am up in here about to be engaged in some shit I can't walk back from. Once it's done, I'm gonna be out there, and that's going to mean some things for my life. That's going to mean things for my safety. It's going to mean things for how even I have been able to live under the radar. I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. Waging a campaign to run for the mayor of Los Angeles. My life will never be the same after I do this press conference this week and make a public mass declaration of my intent to run for mayor of Los Angeles. My life will never be the same. Even if I don't win, my existence, especially in this city, will never be the same once people start to see my face, once I start to participate in damn electoral debates and all of that bullshit that comes with it. So I need support. I need economic, financial support for the building of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd. For those of you on IG or on TikTok that are not familiar with me, I am the high priest, if you will, the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, a religious 501c3 based out of Los Angeles, California, with support from all over the place. And so, if you want to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, there are multiple ways that you can do that. I'm going to give you our email address first, which is EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That email, you can do three things. You can send monetary donations to Zelle and PayPal with that email, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. So that's Zelle and PayPal. If you want to send Venmo, it is my name, Cassandra, Cassandra dash Floyd, Floyd, or Cash App, which is $ Daughter of the Fates. And so all of you tuning in from all those places, it's that name, Daughter of the Fates, that are on my TikTok, my IG, and my YouTube, Daughter of the Fates. That's how you can send Cash App. Also, we have a store. It is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. You can buy ritual instruments there. You can buy the dopest jewelry and machinations, you feel me? So these hand painted capri shell earrings are the temple's logo, right? So you can buy earring, this dope ass Asada Shakur bracelet that I made um, to honor Asada Shakur when she passed away in December. So you can get yourself a memorial bracelet of the great, powerful, wonderful Asada Shakur, the revolutionary gangster that she was. You feel me? So any adornments, rituals, ceremonial stuff. We do regular rituals, and then I send the instructions, group rituals that I send. We did a long one over the summer, a 3-month ritual that we did where we were reciting the ritual live on internet for 3 months. And then we did a closeout ceremony for the ritual. We did another big one in November 19th of not this past year, the year before. And so that regularly happens. And that's available on the Etsy store. So that's DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. I also do divinations. So if you are interested in a divination, then email me at that same email address, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. And just put reading or divination in the subject header, and I will respond right away. Oh, and then you can also become a paid member of my YouTube channel, and there are different tiers and different things that come with those tiers. Some of you who are already members on my YouTube channel, you will see that I added, I think, 3, maybe 4 new tiers that actually have T1, T2, T3, and all that stuff on it. Those bigger tiers are specifically what I am asking, how I'm asking people to to support the temple, especially over these next 6 months that I am campaigning in the city. I need to increase my ability to stabilize, my housing and shit like that. And so I had numbers. They're not in front of me, but I had numbers broke down. So the different tiers are the way that I broke down the numbers of what it would take. So like it would take, I think it was 16 people donating $250 a month for the next 6 months to keep my bills squared where I'm not having to worry about it. So that's a tier, 250. It would take so many people at the $125 tier to meet that same goal. It would take so many people at the $100 goal. It would take so many people at the $50 goal, at the $25 goal to do the same thing. So that's how I have the tiers. That's how I have the tiers set up. That's what they are for. Okay. That's all I can think of right now. I know there's something that I'm missing. Y'all can tell me in the comment section because y'all know better than I do what I'm missing. Let's see. Let me see some of these comments. Oh, do. Um, uh, Earth Beauty 01 says, I'm so glad for this and what you said about him last time. The Nobel Peace Prize is so coveted. It must be some kind of ritual. Everything is a ritual. When I tell you everything, it's actually the name of a live that I'm going to do. Everything in your life is a ritual. Everything, a deliberately orchestrated ritual, not for your benefit. Every single solitary thing in your life is a ritual. Everything. And when you see it, you cannot unsee it, baby. Everything in your life is a ritual. Everything. Everything. Um, let's see. I looked up the etymology of peace and it is to bind, to fasten. They've been using this word a lot. Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I forgot about that. Yes. Thank you for that. Because I got a bunch of etymologies I'm going to talk to y'all about today. But yes. Oh, there was a reason I was talking about this girl. So I'm going to go back to her in a minute. But let me read some more, y'all. Yes, Earth Beauty 01, the infantilizing of their evil. Yes, 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 yes. The Nobel Peace Prize is not. That's not the only thing that's the binding ritual because I had done it before. I need to go back because I was just looking. I wasn't like rating notes, but I was like, what is the origin of all of these awards? Who is at the root of all of these awards? Who was it that came up with the Oscars when the Oscars became the Oscars? Who was it that came up with the Emmys? Who was it that came up with all of this shit? Because it's all a ritual, and rituals are done for the purpose of conspiring for a desired outcome. Do you understand? And we give validity to the ceremony. We give validity to the ritual. We lend our energy to the ritual that is not meant for us, but relies on our acceptance of its validity. So you have people feeling, because the reason I started thinking about was this Michael B. Jordan thing and how everybody in their heart chakras about how he didn't get that award, how he didn't get that award. You know it's racism. Boy, stop. 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 Stop doing that. First of all, you get dressed up, you pay a couple $1,000s for a new outfit, you go on the terms that they set to raise up their mediocrity as the example of that which you will never accomplish. So their mediocrity becomes something that you seek after, you lust after. Though you know in your right mind there ain't no way that the boy who won Best Actor should have got Best Actor. So why are you in your heart chakras? That you aspiring to mediocrity? That ain't no shit you aspiring to. So why you mad when the white mediocre boy get the shit that you don't know? I ain't seen no previews. I ain't even seen no trailer for this movie. The ping pong movie. That's the boy that got the thing. Why? Why y'all mad? Why y'all mad? You understand? Let's see. They fell for the trap, submitted. Power Kids, man. We was bigging you up in the beginning. You wasn't here in the beginning, but we was bigging you up in the beginning, man. Put your handle in the comment section so people can go and get all this new music you did. They fell for the trap, submitted their location to the state. Yeah, man. Put your thing in the thing so people can go and get these 6 new songs you did. Okay, all right. So that's it on the comments. So I was talking to the girl with the vocal fry thing, and I went off on a diatribe. I'm trying not to deviate too much, but the purpose for reading, because her information again is in the description below this video. Please open the descriptions. I got many references in there. I have links in there that I feel like are important for you to watch. This girl did a piece. I think it was released yesterday. The concept and the content to a degree was good. You got to get past her vocal fry though. It's really hard. Like that. The way she talks is unhinged to me. I follow her because she always has good topics. I like her topics, but I have to be mentally prepared to deal with the vocal fry and the white girl, valley girl inflections and how she talks. Oh, like I started turning off today, and then she said something that got me hooked back up in there. I was like, oh, it was a good topic. It is called The New Satanic Panic is Here. Let me tell y'all, I keep telling y'all, I just need to go ahead and do one of these. What's her name? What were y'all? What Miss Cleo? What was that her name? Miss Cleo, the old school, like, I think it was Miss Cleo who used to have the television, the live telethon on See Your Future. You know, her extra Jamaican accent. Miss Cleo, was that her name in the 90s? I feel like that's the only way y'all gonna hear me is if I keep promising I'm not gonna do no pomp and circumstance, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if I was to come with some pomp and circumstance, y'all be like, that bitch be seeing everything. How she know the future like that? Y'all can't accept that I can see the future as a scientist. You understand? Y'all need superstition and mystery to believe that you are predictable. It's not that I'm seeing the future, it's that you are predictable, baby. And that's not a judgment. It is how this thing is orchestrated to be able to see 25 years in advance how you will respond and behave. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you, Abasi. He said, call me now. Miss Cleo, that was her famous catchphrase. Call me now. Right? Yeah. Maybe y'all believe me then. Because there is no shortage of emails that I be getting from people of my own stuff, clips from my own videos from 2 years ago, from 4 years ago, from 6 years ago. Like, damn, girl, did you see the news today? I just happened to get up on this clip of yours and you said exactly the same thing 5 years ago. How you did that? Bitch, because I'm a scientist. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. Yes, I'm a spiritual woman. Yes, I believe in clairvoyance and all of the voyances. Yes, I do. But I also know that we are living in a scientific world. What's the scientific world? The material world, bitch. Everything in matter is science. Everything, your spirituality is based on your material lived world view. Yes, it is. Your clairvoyance, your what do they call it? Autovoyance, all of your voyances, all of your external senses are based on your very physical lived experiences, reminding you at any moment, bitch, this shit familiar. Watch what's about to come. You understand? Spirituality is not separate from science. It cannot spirituality can't exist without matter, first of all. So I don't want to have that conversation. So anyway, this girl do this video. And the reason I said that is because I know it couldn't have been maybe March this year, where I did this whole thing on the history of the satanic panic, the different iterations of the satanic panic. Didn't I just do this summer? Those of you who've been following my channel for any period of time, didn't I just do a long, probably a 6-hour live on the satanic panic? Didn't I do that? That ain't my imagination, right? I did do that. right? On the Satanic Panic. Didn't I just do a live with y'all 3 years ago? As a matter of fact, I remember the day that I did the live 3 years ago. It was in preparation for February 20th of 2022. Your beloved boy Biden hadn't even been in office a whole 2 months. February 20th of 2022, I told y'all. I said, get ready. I said, the Pope done made a declaration that was the dog whistle that you all missed. He made a declaration in 2022 that our mandate for the next 7 years is to re-evangelize the whole world. That's what he said. And everybody fell in line. Biden, the only second Catholic to ever be president of the United States, he fell right in line. The Jesuit Catholic at the helm of the Supreme Court fell right in line. He was like, nobody else heard you, Mr. Pope, but we heard you. Pope Francis did that. I remember the day. As a matter of fact, my homegirl just came up on the live on TikTok. My homegirl, Lily Floor. I remember the day perfectly because that was the day that she released, revealed the mural that she painted on the side of an elementary school. And she was like, what you doing? I was like, I ain't doing nothing. She was like, come down to the school. And I said, okay. And I get down there and she done unveiled this mirror with my ass in it as the Statue of Liberty, among other things that are happening in the mirror. She got me in the mirror as the statue. That happened on the same day. I said, get ready. I said, because the Pope just made a declaration that he knew only a few would pay attention to. That the next 7 years, the only mission for everyone on earth is to re-evangelize the whole planet. Well, what the fuck happened the first time they evangelized the planet? That's what he said. And immediately everybody fell in line. But all you can see when you think about Biden is how much better it was under Biden, even though not even 2 months into his presidency. As a matter of fact, 2 days after I did that live on February 22nd of 2022, February 22nd of 2022, he announced our intervention into this conflict between Ukraine and Russia. 2 days later, after I did this live telling you what was coming, and this wasn't going to be all. Guess what else I said? I said, you got a Catholic in office. You got a Pope that just has made the declaration that the primary work of the Roman Catholic Church around the globe is to re-evangelize the planet, with a Catholic president and a Jesuit. If you don't know who the Jesuits are, they are now. Nice. You know what I'm saying? They trying to clean up the image of the Catholic Church. They were the militia. They were the hidden hitmen. That's how they emerged in the world, as the shadow army. The motherfuckers who this motherfucker done got in line. He's saying too much. Go get him. That was who the Jesuits were. This is who is the lead in your current Supreme Court, and you acting brand new about what rights they are walking back in real time, and using the Negro Clarence Thomas as the front man for the thing. Because you believe in the illusion of the separation of church and state. That's what you believe. Look, you believe that shit actually existed at any time in the United States history, the separation of church. You actually believe that was real sometime. And so with this iteration, as it has changed from time to time, depending upon what the political climate is, there has been a new boogeyman to be made as the face of opposition, you feel me, in these different iterations of time. So this girl, Taylor Lorenz, she's linked in the description box below the YouTube video. Taylor Lorenz, the name of the video is called The New Satanic Panic is Here. I just talked about this in March at length, because this iteration of the Satanic Panic is directly coalescing with the last peak of a satanic panic that happened was in the year 1989. What happened in 1989? The same thing that's about to happen in February. Exactly. The same thing that happened. Well, let me just say, not exactly. The last time there was a Neptune-Saturn conjunction was in 1989, from 1989 to 1991. That's how long it took. From 1989 to 1991, that was the last time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction. I believe it was in Capricorn. There is a Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening on February 17th. February 17th, that is the first of its kind in 6,000 years. In 6,000 years. You understand? And y'all refuse to take seriously in a way that it moves you to action. Let me put it that way. This putting down the 411 on y'all that I've been doing about how they are deliberately taking advantage of all of these unbelievably, once, not only in a lifetime, once in 1,000 years, once in 2,000 years, once in 6,000 years, once in 12,000 year events that have been happening back to back to back since 2020. They have been taken advantage of and coasting like they're on surfboards to get in front of these energetic potentials to get the jump on y'all, to get the jump on what is inevitable. But it's only inevitable if we make it so, man. And that requires real action in the real world, not just doing little rituals behind closed doors, hoping and praying, you feel me? No. Collective, radically different and new action, not taken off to the streets so somebody who got a hard on for violence can crack you over your skull because you out there with a poster board. So this girl video, the new Satanic Panic, we can go down the line. She does very well. So this video is worth the watch. You just have to sit through the vocal fry. She did this. She couldn't come to a good analysis at the end, but in terms of I don't have that. I don't have a committee that can do little cute graphics and little video clips that as soon as I'm talking this all because I can see in my head what I would like to happen when I be talking these deep things to you, and because I know you visual, maybe a little spring a little video montage on you here and there. That's in the future, but I ain't doing that shit by my motherfucking self. And so I know she got a team because that shit be going off seamless. She talks about the different iterations of satanic panics. The last big one was in 1989, but guess what? It was in response to, man. It was in response to people's movements radically changing the world. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989. The end of the Cold War happened in 1989. The biggest fundraiser to date, to this day, the biggest musical fundraiser to ever happen in the history of this country, Live Aid. When people were saying, look, the continent of Africa is starving. These people ain't doing nothing about what is devastating this continent. Look, we musicians, we gonna get together and raise some money for these poor, starving people in these conflict regions in Africa. If that's the only thing we can do is to play some music. This wasn't with internet. There wasn't no internet. Your ass they had hundreds of people volunteer. They sitting in a room so you can watch live with all these telephones, and you can call in and give them a number for a check that you're gonna send to them over the phone. That's how that shit happened. To date, the largest musical fundraiser in the history of this country was Live Aid. That happened in 1989. The Berlin Wall fell by accident, fell as a consequence of miscommunication. There was a concert happening. Pink Floyd was doing a live concert on location at the Berlin Wall. People get word that they say they gonna tear down the wall, that the government gonna tear down the wall, and people was like, what? And it started spreading through the whole crowd, the whole thousands of people that were there at that Pink Floyd concert. People was like, what? They gonna tear down the wall? Y'all heard that? Well, we might as well help them get the jump on the shit. People started jumping on the wall, climbing on the wall, taking what they had right there at the concert and deconstructing the wall. The people did that shit. The governments didn't do that shit. The people at a goddamn rock concert did that shit. These are the dichotomies, the opposing dichotomies of energy potential that comes with these different movements, and they chart them. They watch them. And so in corresponding with these, quote, people movements to destroy the edifices of empire, now you got to have the opposing response, which is the satanic panic. All these hip-hop people making this music. This was Tipper Gore's period, baby. This was Bill Clinton's first bid at the presidency, baby. And how did he do that? Coasting off everybody's collective outrage and hatred for Black people. Yes, they did that. Yes, they did that. Well, at the same time, he like trying to woo Black people by playing a saxophone on Arsenio Hall and wearing some shades. At the same time, every last one of his policies were extraordinarily antagonistically hostile towards Black people and Black life. As a matter of fact, your Bill Clinton, the Alice Walker, God bless her, but Alice Walker, she was the one that coined him America's first Black president. Yes, she did that. Yes, she did that. While his right-hand man, Biden, militarized the police, made more Black women homeless under Bill Clinton's only term than any other president before him. They did that. They were the ones that, as a matter of fact, Biden was the one that drafted the legislation on the three strikes laws. Biden and Clinton did that. Not Bush Sr., not Bush Jr., not any of these Republicans, not Reagan. No. It was Bill Clinton's administration that militarized the police. So no longer is it officer friendly with his one little rinky-dink gun patrolling the neighborhood. Now it's people with ski masks on bum rushing your crib on no-knock laws. But if you don't study history, every 2 years, every 4 years, you'd be like, this is the worst it's ever been. No, it ain't. This is the perpetual bad of Black life in the United States. And the only people who have it worse than Black people in the United States are Native Americans. So please stop. So please, I am begging you to stop. If you are Black, if you consider yourself a foundational Black American, I get that. I get the need for it. But do not be a foundational Black American while at the same time slandering and speaking venom on the very dismal lives of indigenous people, of Native American people who are the descendants of at least 33,000 years of land keeping on this continent. Don't do that. You was an Asian. Please stop. Please, I can't beg enough. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Because what it does, for one, is deny the genocidal campaign of miscegenation as a weapon of white nationalism. It really does that. Because even as you talking about the lone Siberian Asian who came over here by himself, and this how you got all these quote Asians in the Americas, but we was always Black, like as an attempt to disregard. Even when you look at the very codices from the Mexica people, from the Mayan people, from the Aztec people, and how even then there were multi-racial, like multi-levels of racial dynamics of people who all said they were indigenous and there was no conflict. Red-skinned people in the codices, brown-skinned people in the codices, and pitch Black people in the codices living in these communities together. Please stop doing that, man. Stop doing that. This shit is so gross now. It's gross. And you can't keep saying it's your ignorance that you didn't know. When the Pandora's box that we know as the internet, you can no longer claim ignorance as your safe space for why you do and say stupid shit. You can't. When it takes you literally 2 minutes. I've been up on here and I've read the whole history of white intellectuals during the Enlightenment in 6 hours, bitch. So please don't do that. Every single article. I think I know some shit. Every single thing that I read today, every single book, every single document. When I tell you I've been up in here in a wormhole up in this bitch, every single thing that I have read today, never knew the day before. Never knew the day before. Watch this girl's piece because it was good. It was well done. Where she talked about the history of book burnings, where she talked about the history of wanting to burn newspapers so kids couldn't read the news, because right now they're trying to pass legislation under the auspice of protecting the babies from the evil internet. So you can't let them have no phones. Right now, the same rabbit frothing at the mouth legislation, and they are all guilty. Every Democrat, every Republican. I'm telling you, there ain't none innocent up in there. There ain't none innocent up in there. This rabbit ass administration talking about passing legislation to prevent children under the age of 16 from having cell phones. This is about hiding information because they're talking about it's for the mental health of the babies. You feel me? It's for the mental health. Never before have young people's mental health been so at risk. It's the evil social media and internet. No, it's not fucking massive war, unending war since we walked up into the 2000s. No, that ain't got nothing to do with their mental health. We ain't gonna solve that problem. They got nothing to do with being able to see, not just on their social media, they next door neighbor. The little girl who just lived across the hall and I ain't seen her in 2 months. Oh, come to find out she been MIA'd by ICE for 2 months. No, it ain't that. That's challenging their mental health. It's not the 2.5, almost 3 years of walking through the mysterious thing called COVID and nobody have the foresight, nobody have the inclination to help a globe of human beings that just suffered this trauma together, to close it out, to explain it to people, to come up with a summation for those who were most victimized by COVID. No, none of that discussion. That ain't got nothing to do with the mental wellness, the mental crisis among young people today. No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't got nothing to do with the fact that in them years of COVID, more people became billionaires than became billionaires in the last 30 years combined. And that is the direct response of the mass theft from human beings that happened at the same time. So now, 10% of the population lives, 10% of the population of this country is considered extremely poor, like a certain percentage well below the poverty line. Oh, but that ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the evil internet giving them too much information about what's happening in the world. That's what's wrong. So now they're trying to, because it's all about censorship. That's it. It is to cut people off from each other, to cut people off from information that would radicalize them, that would thrust them to actively do something about their conditions. I'm gonna tell you. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Watch the girl video. The link is in my description box below. I said one of the notes that I took was youth have all, because she talked about all the different iterations of the satanic panic and the impact that they had, right? And she said youth, what I was saying in response to what she was saying out loud, that youth have always continued to be. Youth always are the scapegoats for adult crime, criminal behavior, and youth have always been used as the hidden weapon against women and girls. Because one thing she pointed out, she didn't even say what it was, but she said one thing that happened as a consequence of each one of these quote satanic panics that she mentioned, all the way back to the 1800s and the real world, based on articles and things that were coming out at that time, how they were similar, right? It was always about, this newspapers was a new technology at the time. And these newspapers, the great impact that they're having is on young people's mental health, and young people's mental health, young people's violent behavior, and it's making young girls crazy consistently every time. No matter what decade, no matter what technology, it's always, we got to save these crazy bitches, and these young people participating in this new technology is making them crazy, and the first thing they want to do is fight the police, rebel against the system. I'm laughing, but I'm being for real. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's that. Wrap that up. Okay, what else was up on here? Yeah, so watch that. That's a good one. All right, what else I want to talk to you about? I want to read y'all something. Oh, I will say another thing that's in the description box below. I won't say a whole lot about it, but remember in November, I did a couple of lives because I was confused. I didn't know what it was I was hearing when, as a matter of fact, it was like some kind of vote, like a primary in this past November, and like Democrats like swept all this stuff. Like that's when Mom Donnie won, and there was a bunch of seats open in Texas, and a bunch of Democrats took them seats. And so in celebration of this Democratic victory, Gavin Newsom, our governor, goes to Texas and is at this like victory party, and they showing it live. And he says, what did he say? He says, Oh, this wonderful day, this wonderful victory. It's so reminiscent of this wonderful, he said, the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. I said, the fuck? Why he say that? I was instantly shook. I said, why he say that? And so the next day I got on here and did a live. I was like, yo, why this governor said that? Why he talking about this is so reminiscent of the beautiful the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. This victory is so reminiscent. I was like, why he said that? Right? And so I, of course, am gonna do what I do. The first thing I'm doing is what is the actual definition of a democracy? What is the actual definition of a republic? What did Greece look like under the Greek democracy? What did Rome look like under the Roman Republic? What do these words mean etymologically? That's the first thing I did, and got up on here and told y'all this shit is dog whistles. And I still had not grown. I said, but question this shit whenever you hear it, because after that day, I saw 4 other interviews that this dude did, and he said exactly the same thing on CNN. What a great day in America. Just reminiscent of this glorious Greek democracy and this wonderful Roman Republic. I said, why he keeps saying that? I didn't understand. Even though I put y'all on about the history of the Roman Republic and the Greek democracy, that they weren't talking about y'all at all. Democracy did not belong to anybody who was not a part of the aristocracy. Nobody. Even the men's wives were not considered citizens of the republic. They were subjects of the republic. That was different. You feel me? And so the laws of one person, one vote did not apply to anyone who was not a land owning man, period. Even their wives, even their children. That did not apply. All these wonderful laws that get democracy and the democratic, and this is a republic. It didn't mean you. It never in history has, nowhere where they be talking about democracy. It's not talking about you. That's why there is such a dynamic difference in how some people experience democracy and how other people experience democracy, because it is very in your face clear about who those laws apply to. And when you, as a non-citizen, because that's how Trump is moving, he is moving on the premise of the old original Constitution, that there is only one group of people that are actual citizens of this republic. That is wealthy, white, land-owning men. That's how he's behaving. And so people like, he can't send Black Americans because we here. Bitch, do you own land and you white with a penis and you got a bunch of money? Because he telling indigenous people on reservations, this is sovereign territory. We coming for y'all too. What is he saying? We don't give a fuck where we send y'all. Y'all ain't never been to Tunisia, ain't got no family in Tunisia. We sending y'all to Tunisia. Anybody that'll take y'all, we gonna send them over there. And I don't give a fuck what happened to you once you get there. And people have been disappeared off the earth in a year. Huh? And because you believe the Constitution, not only do you believe the Constitution, you still to this day believe the Constitution applies to you. That's the problem. That's the problem. And so I have been upset because even since November, when I did this breakdown about what a democracy was in Greece, what a democracy was in Rome, and how terroristic it was. Yes, it was nice for people who were citizens of the society. But 90% of the people that lived in Greece, 90% of the people who lived in Rome were not citizens of the society. They were subjects of the empire. And so because you believe the hype, because you believe the Constitution applies to you, because you believe that the law of the land applies to you, to this day you do, because you believe the law of the land applies to you, because they have had to save face every now and again because y'all make such a ruckus, you feel me? But because you believe this shit applies to you, there is a concept I'm going to talk to y'all about in a minute called consent of the governed. Chat, I read this shit, the consent of the governed today. I was like, I'm through. It's a wrap. That's that's all I needed to know. I'm through. I'm done. I don't. I ain't. I started not to come up on here. I ain't got shit else to say. I'm through. This shit is too much. This shit too much. This shit is too much. I'm gonna read something from the consent of the governed. That shit had me up in my feelings. But let me talk about y'all ugly ass Gavin Newsom that y'all think is so charming and he is really staging a contest against what's happening in America. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. And I told you why he keeps saying that. He done said that 5 times in a week. Why he keep saying that? Huh? Why do this son of a bitch keep saying that? Huh? I said, let me go ahead and just read about Greece and Rome and why these white people be loving to be all nostalgic about Greece and Rome and the republic and the democracy in Greece and Rome, and see at least if I can catch some shit from up out of there. And I did. I gave y'all a long ass live in November, the first week in November, about why this white boy, who y'all love so much, the quote Democratic governor of the state of California, which is still one of the most white nationalist ass states I ever lived in. Don't get it twisted. You feel me? I said, why he keep saying that? You understand? I said, he just talking over y'all head because he know y'all won't be paying no attention. I said, so who he talking to when he say that? This glorious Greek democracy and this wonderful Roman republic. Baby, let me tell you, I got an answer yesterday to this question that I had since November. Why he keeps saying that? This too is in the description box. The woman's YouTube channel is called the Karen Hunter Show. The Karen Hunter Show. It's a sister, right? Who got her degrees in like history and all of this stuff, right? Latin and history and all a bunch of stuff. And she is interviewing this dude. His name is Dr. Curtis Dozier. Dr. Curtis Dozier. This interview did me. Because I told y'all I trust me more than anything. I don't have to have evidence to trust me because I know the evidence is coming. I knew this white boy was on some bullshit when he said it. This wonderful day that's so reminiscent of the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. This great day where we Democrats done did our thing. I said, why does he keep saying that? And why ain't nobody challenging him? Like, why ain't none of these interviewers say, like, what you mean by that? We ain't in Greece. We ain't in Rome. Why you keep saying that? Why you keep saying that? Nobody challenged him. And I was like, I don't know why he's saying that, but let me find out what they say about Greece and Rome and this and that and this and that. That the word Senate means council of old men. That's what it means. So you can't figure out why 88% of the people sitting in the Senate is men over the age of 65 who done been in them seats that you can stay in for forever. You can stay in. Mm-hmm. Who done been alive while they grandpappies was hanging people. That's what the word means. The word senator is an old man. And the word Senate means council of old men. Literally. That's what it means. Why they playing in your face? Why they executing this long-standing ritual that is the American project? But anyway, so she interviewed this dude named Dr. Curtis Dozier. And this question that I've had since November, trying to figure out on my own, just came to me in a 4-year. She interviews this man because he has written a book. He teaches. He is a college professor. I don't forget what college. My live on here on TikTok is gonna die sometime soon because I only got like 6% juice, and there ain't no way for me to charge my shit here. I think my IG on my. Oh no, I'm good on IG. Okay. So he is a professor. He's a history professor, and his specialty is Rome. Karen Hunter, the Karen Hunter Show is the YouTube channel, and Dr. Curtis Dozier, Curtis with a C. Curtis Dozier was the person that she was interviewing. And Let me tell you the topic of the interview. When I tell you, it literally just fell in my lap. This mystery about why Gavin Newsom, so-called handsome, charming Democrat. I've been telling y'all since day one, because y'all don't live in California. Y'all keep bigging up. I've seen all these black women bigging up Gavin Newsom. He is a tyrant. Stop doing that if you do not live in this state. There are people, progressives and radicals, who tell you the same thing. Tyrant. Just a more well-dressed, and as politicians go, because for some reason all the politicians done got ugly. They don't even try to charm you no more. You feel me? Just give you old creatures to run your life. He happens to be the one who halfway decent looking at little charming ass bullshit he be with. He's a tyrant. And I knew it. That's why I got upset about that Roman Greece thing. So she interviewed a dude, and he said his opening statement was, I was really concerned by what has been happening the last year, where I'm hearing language, because his specialty is Roman and Greek history. And he says, there are politicians that I have been hearing saying certain words that I know as a professor of history are dog whistles intended for a very select portion of the population. She was like, what you mean? What portion of the population are you talking about, Dr. Dozier? He says, well, in researching for this book, I forget the name of the book, but in my research for this book, the topic of the book was how white supremacist and white nationalist organizations have throughout the history of this country frequently used a distorted version of Roman and Greek history to justify and to validate their white supremacist history, their white supremacist talking points. So when you hear certain catchphrases and words about Rome or Greece, it is a dog whistle that is only being communicated to white nationalists and white supremacists. Do you hear what I just said? All them 2 months from November today till yesterday when I saw the video, I was like, why Gavin Newsom keep talking about this glorious Greek democracy and this wonderful Roman Republic? I said, who he telling that to? Because he ain't talking to no, quote, Democrats. He ain't talking to no black people. He ain't talking to no LGBTQIA people who always religiously vote Democratic, black people who always religiously vote Democratic. He ain't talking to no marginalized people when he's talking about on this wonderful day that is reminiscent of the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. He ain't talking to none of these melanated Democrats. Who he talking to? Why he keeps saying that shit over and over like a mantra? That's what I said. Even in the video that I did, I said, why he keeps saying that shit over and over like a mantra? Then this white boy, Dr. Curtis Dozier, said the book that I wrote was about this new phenomenon that I am experiencing, but only I am keen to understand because I teach Roman and Greek history. He said, why so many people doing that? And so he said in research for this book that he kept hearing this thing, he said he started joining all of these, what you call them? These white nationalist chat rooms, these white supremacist think tanks online, like on the dark web and shit. He started entering all of these white nationalist, white supremacist spaces. He said, and it was shocking. It was actually concerning. He said, because some of their talking points are so convincing, I found myself saying, I learned that in college. That's what he said. That's what Dr. Curtis Dozier said. He said, if this is something that I'm experiencing based on my relationship to this subject, Greek and Roman history, then I need to go to the source to verify if what I am hearing is actually what I'm hearing. Am I experiencing something that's based in reality, or am I just inferring some things that I am experiencing that people who are run in white nationalist and white supremacist spaces are using their distorted understanding of the actual occurrences in ancient Greece and ancient Rome to validate their ideas and their thought process. He said, I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying. He said, because these are not people that are, quote, ill-informed. He said, these are people. He said, all we see are the faces of working class people, of poor people. He said, but we do not see the very long history of very wealthy, very well educated, and knowledgeable men who orchestrate this shit on purpose. You heard? He said, they ain't stupid. They ain't stupid. He said, as a matter of fact, they know exactly what they're doing. That interview did me. Because one, when I tell you, I always trust me. Without any information and even seeking the information, because I did a dope ass live about it, I still didn't come to a conclusion on why this white boy kept saying this shit all mantra like every interview that he was going into. I was like, stop doing that. Why are you doing that? And then yesterday, as always happens when there's something I need to know, how the information just fall flat in my damn lap. That she doing this interview with a man who, that's what he teaches at the collegiate level. There's Greek and Roman history. And he too was saying, why they saying that? So I wasn't the oddball out. This white boy been saying this for some time because he wrote the book a year ago or 2 years ago or some shit. Why he just said that? Why this senator just said that? Why this dude in the House of Representatives just said that? Why I keep hearing these people with these dog whistles that are speaking to a very particular portion of the American society? And Yo Gavin Newsom has been chanting from the mountaintops since November about the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic. So what is the conclusion am I supposed to come to when Dr. Curtis Dozier then said, if they saying that shit, now it can't be no dog whistle because I done put you up on game. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. I done put you up on game. When you start hearing this dumbass shit about some glorious Greek democracy when 90% of the goddamn population was slaves, or the wonderful Roman Republic when 90% of the population was not only slaves, was captives from other nations that had been conquered by Rome, that's the dog whistle, bitch. That's the dog whistle. And so now you know. Now you do not have to surmise. Now you do not have to guess why that shit sound messed up, but you don't have no frame of reference. I'm telling you, it's Dr. Curtis Dozier. It is a white nationalist, white supremacist dog whistle that means only us, white men. That's what it means. That's what it means. It means only us. That's why the SAVE Act just got passed. And why you saying it's a 50-50 chance? Because it did pass the House, but it may not pass the Senate. Stop playing games with your life. Stop playing games with your life on the terms that they said. Stop playing games with your life. Because it means only us. And the only way that we can guarantee it is to walk these bitches' rights all the way back. Walk them back. Because empowered women have been the problem. So what did Nick Fuentes said? The worst thing that has ever happened to America was giving women the right to vote. That's what he said. He said, not that ain't the only thing he said. He said the worst thing that ever happened to America was giving women the right to vote. He said, but you know what? What we need to do is go back to the time when we was burning women. He didn't say witches. He said women. He said we need to go back to the time when we was burning women. See, wasn't nobody talking about no right to vote when we was just burning women. That ain't my opinion. I heard him say it verbatim, just that way. So your Gavin Newsom is a white nationalist. I don't care what you say. I don't care how slick his tongue is. When has it ever been difficult for a motherfucker in power to lie to you? Why y'all always believe that what come out somebody's mouth is the truth? Why y'all do that? Or that they telling you the truth that they intend to abide by once you give them power, once you yield them power. Huh? So let me get into some of this reading. So check out them. Yeah, there was so much. Check out them links in the description box. My phone is about to die. Those of you who are on TikTok, so I'm not going to be able to broadcast no more on TikTok. My phone is going to die. If you want to, and plus, I don't even know how many of you even hearing what I'm saying because they done restricted this video twice. I don't even know if you're hearing it. But if you were hearing it and you want to continue this conversation, then go up on my YouTube channel, which is @ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, @ Daughter of the Fates. It'll take you right to my live because this is going to die. Once it dies, I can't do nothing about it but charge it, and it'll take some time. So anyway, that's him. Okay. let's go on to the next thing. Why are we talking about him, as a matter of fact? Because there's some other shit I want to talk about, but I think it'll take a little bit of a pivot. So we'll stay on this for a second because there are a couple things I want to read to you. I was talking about the consent of the governed, so let me start there. Because, man, I tell you, I was almost through after that. I was like, I can't read nothing else. I can't read nothing else. I can't do it because it's too much. Okay, I can't do it. This too much. So, the consent of the governed. I got about eight. It's more than that. About 16 documents open that I wanted to read little slivers of, for y'all. I probably won't even get to three, but they all big. I'm literally sitting here trying to figure out which one. Okay, consent of the governed. In political philosophy, consent of the governed is the idea that a government's legitimacy and moral right to use state power is justified and lawful only when consented to by the people or society over which that political power is exercised. Oh, even that is a lie. Well, let's keep going. This theory of consent is starkly contracted with the divine right of things and often been invoked has often been invoked against the legitimacy of colonialism. Article 21 of the United Nations of 1948's Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that the will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. Consensus democracy is the application of consensus decision making and supermajority to the democracy. Where is it? Because when I tell you this is wicked, where is that? Ooh, where's that? Divine right. The political world over absolute governments which do not even do lip service to the fiction of consent. The fiction of consent. Oh, hold on, let me backtrack because I might have missed something. Hold on, I might just have to read this whole thing because she's talking about consent is fiction. Hold on. The history of the idea. The idea that a law derives its validity from the approval of those subject to it can already be found in early Christian author Tertullian, who in his apologeticum claims it is not enough that a law is just, nor that the judge should be convinced of its justice. Those from whom obedience is expected should have that conviction too. Oh Lord. Oh my God. Listen. You, the judged, you, the slave, you, the oppressed, must be convinced to your conviction of obedience to the law. The earliest utterance of the specific term consent of the governed seemingly appears in the writings of Scottish Catholic priest and Franciscan friar Duns Scotus, who proposed this in his work Ordinitatio in the 1920s. Scotus's lengthy writing and theology have largely overshadowed this notable contribution that he made to early political theory. It is believed these writings specifically are the ones that influenced the Declaration of Arbroath in 1320. In his 1937 book, A History of Political Theory, George Sabine collected the views of many political theorists on consent of the governed. He notes the idea mentioned in 1433 by Nicholas of Cusa in the De Concorditantia Catholica. In 1579, an influential Huguenot tract, Vindicatiae contra Tyrannos, was published with the Sabine paraphrases. The people laid down the conditions which the king is bound to fulfill. Hence, they are bound to obedience only conditionally, namely upon receiving the protection of just and lawful government. Listen to me, y'all. The power of the ruler is delegated by the people and continues only with their consent. In England, the Laeliers also held to this principle of government. John Milton wrote, "The power of kings and magistrates is nothing else but what is only derivative, transferred, and committed to them in trust from the people to the common good of all, in whom the power yet remains fundamentally and cannot be taken from them without a violation of their natural birthright." Keep following. I know it sounds like a lot, but I'm gonna break it down. Okay. Similarly, Sabine notes the position of John Locke in an essay concerning human understanding. This is about civic power. Civic power can have no right except as this is derived from the individual right of each man to protect himself and his property. The legislative and executive power used by government to protect property is nothing except the natural power of each man resigned into the hands of the community. And it is justified merely because it is a better way of protecting natural right than the self-help to which each man is naturally entitled. However, with David Hume, a contrary voice is heard. Sabine interprets Hume's skepticism by noting, the political world over, absolute governments which do not even do lip service to the fiction of consent are more common than free governments, and their subjects rarely question their right except when tyranny becomes too oppressive. Oh, God damn. Oh, hold on. Need to highlight that section. Sabine revived the concept from its status as political myth after Hume by referring to Thomas Hill Green, who wrote that the government required will not force for administration. Hold on. In the United States of America, consent of the governed is a phrase found in the 1776 United States Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson. Using thinking similar to that of John Locke, the founders of the United States believed in a state built upon the consent. Listen. Listen. Using thinking similar to that of John Locke, the founders of the United States believed in a state built upon the consent of free and equal citizens. A state otherwise conceived would lack legitimacy and rational legal authority. This was expressed, among other places, in the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Again, this person writing this is emphasizing that the start of this discussion, even in the United States, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, excuse me, is that these rights, these unalienable rights, these certain unalienable rights, only apply to citizens. Let's see, to apply to citizens, free and equal citizens of the state. Okay? And anybody else who participates is considered to who believes in this process. Because the very first thing says what? All the way back to the top. That based on the church's position, is that it's not enough for the judge to believe in his rights and authority over judging and over people complying to the judgment made, that the governed, that the judged must believe and obey in submission to the judgment. In Section 6 of the Virginia Declaration of Rights, written on May 1776 and passed in June, quote, Founding Father George Mason wrote that elections of members to serve as representatives of the people in assembly ought to be free, and that all men having sufficient evidence of permanent common interest with the attachment to the community have the right of suffrage and cannot be taxed or deprived of their property for public uses without their own consent. Oh, well, damn. Or that of their representatives so elected, nor bound by any law to which they have not in like manner assented for the public good. Do you hear what they just said? Every time you turn around, they are telling you it don't apply to you. Subprime mortgage lending and scandals that were going to guarantee a whole lot of money dumped into a home they never intended anybody to own, and then turn around and steal the house and all the equity dumped into it, representing the greatest theft of Black wealth since the Great Depression. And you think this don't apply to you? It says, listen, it's just said it here. That no man can be taxed or deprived of his property for public uses without his own consent. So when you ask the question, why they always be trying to buy houses in your community? Because in their collective conscious, all of them, in their collective consciousness, anything that you own, bitch, belongs to us. De facto, it's ours for the taking because we are the only ones that are citizens here. Why don't they ever go to white people neighborhoods and talk about we want to build a freeway for the betterment and the good of the whole community? So we need your land at pennies on the dollar, at pennies, at hundreds below the market value, thousands below the market value. So we can run that freeway through your lovely white community. Why they don't ever do that? Why they don't ever use, quote, eminent domain in white, middle class, or affluent? Hell, as a matter of fact, when's the last time you saw a white poor community get leveled to the ground under the auspice of eminent domain? Because we need to build a freeway for the good and the betterment of the collective good. When's the last time you saw a white, poor, working class neighborhood gentrified by white wealthy people? When's the last time you saw that? When's the last time you saw a white, poor community be gentrified by Asians? When is the last time you saw a white, poor, working class neighborhood be gentrified by Mexicans who are forced to move somewhere else where it's cheaper because they are being gentrified? When's the last time you saw that? And it say right here in the Declaration of Rights of Virginia. It's only white people who can't get their shit stole using it say right here. It say the elections of the members to serve as representatives of the people in the assembly ought to be free, and that all men having sufficient evidence of permanent common interest with and the attachment to the community have the right of suffrage and right to vote, and cannot be taxed or deprived of their property for public uses without their own consent. They say it right there. Or that their representatives so elected nor bound by any law to which they have not in like manner assented. Types of consent. This one we could probably do a whole live on by itself. Types of consent: unanimous consent, hypothetical consent. That's what apply to you Negroes. You voting, you voting ass people, you voting Negroes, you voting Mexicans, you voting red people, you voting yellow people. That's what apply to you. It's just hypothetical consent. Because did you consent to the Constitution of the United States of America? Did you consent? Was there any black people representing your collective assent, a consent to the Declaration of Independence? Was there any black, brown, or red or yellow people in the room when the so-called founding fathers all signed the Bill of Rights, Constitution, and so that your voice could too be heard in the room where they was charting the course for the fucking rest of the future of this country? And only they applied? Oh my God. Ooh, I'm having deja vu so hard right now. Ooh, 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 oh, 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 ooh, my, ooh. Greetings from Gaza. Greetings. From Gaza. So there's hypothetical consent, unanimous consent. Listen to unanimous consent, y'all. The key question is whether the unanimous consent of the governed is required. If so, this would imply the right of secession for those who do not want to be governed by a particular collective. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. The key question is whether the unanimous consent of the governed is required. If so, this would imply the right of secession for those who do not want to be governed by the particular collective. All democratic governments today allow decisions to be made even over the dissent of a minority of voters, which, in some theorists' view, calls into question whether said governments can rightfully claim in all circumstances to act with the consent of the governed. Do you not hear? Do you not hear? Do you not hear? Oh, 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 child. Hypothetical consent. The theory of hypothetical consent of the governed holds that one's obligation to obey government depends on whether the government is such that ought to consent to it, that the one ought to consent to it, or whether the people, if placed in the state of nature, that's a whole nother discussion, the whole question of the state of nature, which is violently fucked up. I'm telling y'all, I've been up in this shit deep. The whole question of the state of nature, which is factored into how the governed are governed, why their governance looks so vastly different from the governed citizens. See, your ass ain't no citizen. You are a subject. You are not a citizen. And why consent in its execution looks so wildly different from people that are seen as subjects of the empire as opposed to those who are seen as citizens of the empire. That's why y'all be talking about there's two Americas. Nope, there's one wicked ass, rotten ass, filthy ass, fucked up ass America with two faces and two presentations, like we've been talking about since your Gemini president took office for the second time. White people love him because he is speaking their language. Even as he is lying to their face, he is still speaking their language. Why? This is the sun side. This is the light side. This is the benevolent father side that they resonate with so much. This is the Trump that they love. It ain't two Americas. It ain't two Trumps. It's a Trump. You know what the natives used to call the white people? They used to call them fork tongue. That they had tongues like serpents, the little split at the, because they was like, damn, how you say one thing out one side of your mouth and then turn around and do the exact opposite of what you said you was gonna do out the other side of your mouth. Fork tongue, split tongue, and they ain't know what else to call it because they ain't never seen no shit like that. How people do that? How they say one thing, they gonna do one thing, and then they do the exact opposite of what they said they was gonna do. That's crazy to us. We don't get it. We don't understand why you do that. And they have gotten comfortable. They like, damn, you just gonna let us do whatever we want. All we got to do is tell you a pretty lie. And you be like, all right. And so, like, why change the method if the shit still work? And so all these people, against their own material interest, because they still got fucking weird ass dreams in their skull piece about how if they just get with the program, they too eventually can someday be a billionaire like the president is a billionaire. They believe that shit. That if I just work hard enough as a good Christian white person, that I too can be one day like my great president who is a billionaire. Completely ignoring the history of billionaires and the extraordinarily violent impact this had on white working class people right here in this country. Y'all just conveniently forget your own history for the sake of being white, for the sake of being next to whiteness. And it's not just white skinnedness that I'm talking about. It's a consciousness that exists most pronounced in your current cabinet. Because there's a whole bunch of melanated people up in that cabinet who still apply to the sickness of whiteness that I'm talking about. They brown skinned as me and are still white nationalists, boo. Sure enough, you see the evidence of it every day up inside your eyes. The great majority of people cracking people over the skull, stealing babies out their house. The latest statistic coming out of NPR is 78% of the people who have been kidnapped. 175,000 people in 6 months that have been kidnapped by ICE have never committed a crime of any type, and the great majority of them are underage. Since when? Name a moment in U.S. history where your cabinet ain't lied to your face. See, they was gonna do one thing and then turn around and do the exact opposite. Don't even play in your face with a oops my bad. Don't even play in your face with a oops my bad. Hypothetical consent. It says this theory has been rejected by some scholars who argue that that sense of government itself can commit aggression. Creating a government to safeguard the people from aggression would be similar to the people. If given the choice of what animals to be attacked by, trading polecats and foxes for a lion, a trade that they would not make. Engineered consent. How long I've been up on here? Engineered consent. According to the propagandist Edward Bernays, when discussing public relations techniques that were described in his essay and book, The Engineering of Consent in 1955, the engineering of consent, come on, y'all. The public may be manipulated by its own subconscious desires to render votes to a political candidate. Consent, thus obtained, undermines the legitimacy of the government itself. If it's got to lie to your face, if it's got to betray you, if it's got to say, look, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z for you if you give me your vote to let me get up in here and run this shit. And then as soon as he step foot over the line, he say, psych, psych, let me go on here and get all these Mexicans off your land so that we can force you into forfeiture, force you into poverty, to force you to sell for pennies on the dollar the last little bit of American land that we can grab. We can pull this smash and grab like Bill Gates did as the largest landholder in the United States of America. But there's still too many farmers. Let us force them into bankruptcy so we can get them homes for pennies on the dollar. We can get that land for pennies on the dollar. Psych. It says, is the government really legitimate if it has created a process of perpetually betraying the constituency? Black people, y'all need to stop playing games, because the Democratic Party been betraying y'all in y'all face without no lubrication since Clinton, most notably since Clinton. Cracking you over the skull with clubs. The amount of robbery committed by Clinton's administration alone, and this nigga only did one term, should be enough to let you know that you are the perpetual beneficiaries of political betrayal by the Democrats. And it ain't nothing new because Malcolm X said it in 1963. He said, "I would trust a Dixiecrat." This was Southern Democrats who are today Republicans. See, even the switcheroony. Feel me? He said, "I trust a He said, I would trust a Southern old redneck good old boy before I would a liberal." That's what he said. He said, "You can't trust liberals." He said, with a Southern good old boy Dixiecrat, you know exactly what you're getting. He don't like you. You don't like him. That's it. It is what it is. You know what you're getting politically. He talked at length about a tendency of political betrayal by so-called progressives. And just a discussion we're going to have for another day. A whole piece that I want to do called The Ways They Betrayed. The Ways They Betrayed. I went on a whole wormhole today about the perpetually concerning number of white women who have betrayed women, who have betrayed women's movements, who have betrayed women's progress, and still go down in history as good radical women, great leaders for this movement. Of that. I'm like, so on the one hand, we talk about, I started out by saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't be race nationalists. We can't be race nationalists, this and that, and this and that, and can still recognize the various ways that white people too have been brutalized by the system. But then turn right around and see all the ways that even as they are getting their asses perpetually handed to them, they are the most likely to enthusiastically participate in political betrayal. It's some of the articles I read today, like that monstrous bitch. What's her name? Gloria Steinem. I knew that the girl was a pig. I knew she worked for the CIA. She ain't even try to hide it. She was like, "I find." There was an interview with her. They say, "Why you work?" They say, "Why you work for the police, girl?" It was a women's magazine that interviewed her. They was like, "Yeah, okay, you done did some awesome work for the women's movement, but why you work for the police? Why you work for the CIA, girl? Why you do that?" And she was like, "I don't care what you say. I've never hidden my relationship to the CIA as a spy." This girl was a spook. Gloria Steinem was a spook. She was a straight up spy for the CIA. Huh? And she ain't even hide it. She was like, "Look, I have always found that my time with the CIA has been really progressive. I find that this is really progressive organization that really is interested in just maintaining a peaceful society for us Americans." And for her, as a upper middle class white woman, as a Jewish upper middle class white woman, that is true. That has been the truth of their experience with the CIA. So if I, as a black woman who was not similarly economically situated, say fuck the CIA, that ain't no shit I'm with. They ain't never done no, I can't name a good thing that the CIA has ever done for some melanated person in the United States of America. Then she will be confused and perplexed because that's not been my relationship. That's not been my experience. So something must be wrong with you. This girl, I read like 3 articles about either that were interviews conducted with her or articles about her. And not just her. There were so many women I read articles on over the last 24 hours about, quote, leaders, great thought thinkers of the second wave of feminism, and y'all still be acting perplexed about why I say I've never identified as a feminist. Never. Why I will never call myself a feminist. Because just like I say about so-called genius white men, you cannot separate they ugly, fucked up behind the door deeds from they so-called self-proclaimed genius productions. They aren't separate. You'll never have me out here calling myself the motherfucking feminist. We have to come up with a new word. Yes, I know some of y'all was talking about, well, that's why Alice Walker came up with the whole idea of womanism and African womanist. And okay, fine. That ain't nothing that really resonated with me. I get what she was trying to do at that time. It ain't nothing that resonated with me. Even when I was learning about it in the Black Power, it ain't nothing that resonated with me. There's so much that don't resonate with me because it's all reactionary. It doesn't have the energy within it that says we want to change everything that has ever been. We don't want to be reacting to what they produce. We want to change everything that has ever been. And to me, womanism don't quite cut it. It don't quite cut it. I won't digress too long. So that is at least what you can. Oh, wait. The engineering of consent that's obtained undermines the legitimacy. When you got to lie to obtain the consent, it actually undermines the legitimacy of the government itself. When every single body, people making all these declarations, what have you done since you became the city council member? And you promised to do this and this and this for Black people when you wanted our vote, but then you turn around and do exactly the opposite. I just watched this brother today, giving the vocal 1-2s to some city council in Louisiana. But the whole idea of consent is that you gave us the vote. Well, we can really do with it what we want. There ain't nothing in the law say we got to do what we promised you we was gonna do. This here say if somebody lie to get your consent, it undermines the legitimacy of the whole institution itself. But y'all don't come to that conclusion, right? Barnes claims that the basic principle involved is simple but important. If the opinions of the public are to control the government, these opinions must not be controlled by the government. Uh-oh. Did y'all hear what I just said? The basic principle is simple, but it is important. If the opinions of the public are to control the government, these opinions must not be controlled by the government. Which then has to have you, if you believe in this thing so much, come to a different conclusion about how to resolve the issue that is yet unresolved. That you've been lied to acquire your power, your vote, right? You've been lied to acquire, you've been manipulated to acquire. Your consent to it has been engineered for the desired outcome, but the same institutions say that when these things have happened, engineered consent, hypothetical consent, you feel me? Unanimous consent that still always seem to be cracking your ass over the skull, cracking your ass over the head, shooting people in their cars for just trying to move along. That when these things happen, then from the Constitution, you can defer to the Declaration of Independence that says when you find that your government is cracking you over the skull or killing your children for no reason, then based on the law that y'all love so much, you do have a right to overthrow that government and establish a new one that can more evenly represent the constituency. That ain't no conclusion y'all coming to. Y'all swinging back and forth between Republican and Democrat, betrayed by both perpetually, historically, all the time, uninterrupted. But that's all we got. You shouldn't waste your vote on an independent because they ain't gonna get all them votes. You can't even do the bare minimum of rebellious behavior, which is to vote for an independent or vote for, if you just have to vote because it's just your civic duty to vote, which is your consent, by the way. You have consented to this thing happening overseas known as this Palestinian conflict. You have consented to your intervention, your billions of dollars of tax dollars that ain't serving you at all, but they got 188 billion dollars that they can give over there to Ukraine in this conflict that was orchestrated in this conflict between Ukraine and Russia, between Palestine and Israel, and now increasingly have they side eye over here in the thing that they constructed, they orchestrated right here in the United States. And I said so. Didn't I say so? Before anybody died in Iran. Didn't I say so? I said, had me telling this, all of a sudden, everybody in the crowd ain't been saying nothing about the Shah of Iran. And all of a sudden, now that's all people say, bring back the Shah, bring back the Shah. I said, the United States government did that. They sent some ops up into the crowd to start throwing that shit out as a chant to get people from coming to other conclusions about taking the state. And so the state got emboldened. Didn't I just say? Before this thing even went down, the depth that it's gone down. I said, guess what's going to happen? I said, they making all these things about how the military and the police is turning over their weapons and giving up their automobiles and joining the people's movement and this and that and the other. I said, do not trust that shit. Anybody that say I used to be the police, but now I'm on the people's side, kick their ass to the curb. You can't be up in here because your ass is a saboteur. Because as soon as somebody has some money again, they will go right back to the other side, cracking you over the head like they did. Not days after I told y'all that, I said, wait, because somebody done seeded some ops in the midst of these people's demonstrations who wasn't saying nothing about the Shah of Iran. All of a sudden, everybody talking about bring back the Shah, bring back the Shah, bring back the Shah. Huh? I said, any day now, they're gonna find some money from somewhere so they can re-up these polices who done switch sides, who done turn coat. And as soon as they do, people gonna start dying. Didn't I tell y'all that? In the first week, it wasn't even the whole first week. I think it was like 4 days into that conflict. I said, why they all of a sudden started talking about the Shah? For 4 days, they was talking about we want freedom. That's all they were saying. We want freedom. We want freedom. All of a sudden, bring back the Shah. Who seeded that into that demonstration? What op was paid by America to seed themselves up into the people's movement talking about we want the Shah, bring the Shah back? Huh? This shit is predictable if you know what you're looking at. Anyway, so that is governed consent. That is the consent of the governed. It's actually much deeper than that, but I ain't going to read the whole thing. So let me accept. Oh shit. Oh shit. I thought I'd save that. Hold on. I don't want to X out of that because I want to save it. I gotta be done. Damn. That's 3 hours into. I didn't want it to go this long. I gotta be done. There's other stuff I have to do. I didn't even tell y'all what the hell happened today. I do want to say this though. I'm gonna stop reading. I'll read some more to y'all tomorrow. I want to say this, and I want to make it very, very clear. This has to be the last thing that we talk about. Something happened tonight, that kind of threw me off for a while because I was in such a state of disbelief. I am still, even when I think about it, I am in such a state of disbelief. And it was a real necessary learning lesson. It was so necessary, especially given what I'm about to do, because I can see this being a tendency if I don't nip this shit in the fucking bud. I cannot believe what happened today. I was on here in this wormhole. I was like, you know what? It's been all day. I haven't checked my email. Let me check my email really quick. Maybe some money came through or something like that. The first email I get is from a young person I've done a reading for once. And this person sends me an email. They actually sent me a couple of emails yesterday and I responded. The email was, the first email that I got yesterday was, I know you don't know me, but is it possible for you to give me and my sister asylum? Can we come to California where you at and live with you until we get on our feet? I said, that is impossible. That's impossible. But I sent a long email about the resources that are available here. California is still considered an asylum state, so it's crazy easy to come here in duress and you can get food stamps in 24 hours in the state of California without ID, undocumented. Like, this is an asylum state. You can get within 1 to 3 days a food stamp card with food stamps on it. You can get cash assistance that has to be paid back, but you can get cash assistance literally in 24 hours to get in here. So I'm giving her all these resources, all the resources that helped my daughter get situated when she came out here under duress. So I'm giving her the business. I'm like, okay. So I said, yeah, that's impossible. I'm not in a situation. I'm always talking to y'all about my situation. Shit, I got a GoFundMe going on right now so I can stay in my house. I say that all the time. I said, that's impossible. That is an impossibility to give you asylum. First of all, I don't know you. She was like, well, you can always just search me for your safety, search me and search my background. I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not in a position to give you asylum. I'm not in a position to do that. But what I can do is give you all the 411, how to do it, how to execute it, what to say, this and that, and this and that. And maybe I can give a couple of calls to people that I know who do that kind of social work. That's what I can do. This is yesterday. Okay. So I'm thinking that's the end of the discussion, which I thought was extraordinarily presumptuous anyway. But I will tell you, it's not the first time that it's happened. In the last 2 weeks, I don't know what's going on, how the astrology or the cosmos is playing into this, because the shit is so deep and it's so sharp. But in the last 2 weeks, I have gotten emails from 6 people. 6 in 2 weeks. I've gotten an email from 6 people from around the country asking me if they can come to live with me because they are in a state of crisis. 6. And there's so much wrong with that. There's so much wrong with that. There's so much wrong with that. And I've never given anybody, whether on a reading or this way, the inclination that under the auspice of, quote, following the mother, of, quote, doing this real work for the mother, that you would drop your life and migrate somewhere where you know no one. This person who I told yesterday, here all, if you dead set on coming to LA for whatever reason, here's some resources. So I'm thinking this gonna be some planning that she gonna do, because she talking about her and her sister. I'm thinking there's gonna be some planning that she gonna do, because now she got these resources that are sure things. I got an email from this person today talking about help. I need help. I'm in LA. I spent every penny I got to get here, and now I don't know what to do. Even thinking about it, I'm so disturbed. And this person is young. This person is a child. She's 23, and she came out here by herself because her sister was like, hell no, I ain't, So this 23-year-old person, because I'm so inspired by you, and I really want to obey this calling that I have from the mother, and I don't know nobody else to talk to about this. So you spend $400 on an airline ticket to come to LA after I just told you 24 hours prior, I am in no way, shape, or form in a position to house anybody. I just housed a friend who lost his actual house. He and his baby lost everything. I'm talking to y'all every day. Look, any day now, this landlord is gonna come and be putting some shit on my door about how I gotta get up out of here. And every now and again, I got enough to pacify him just a little bit. I'm literally skating on thin ice. And I share that with y'all, not to make y'all feel guilty or anything, just so you can know. First of all, I'm always telling y'all, this shit that I'm building is not a cult. I've said specifically, I have said directly, the reason that I am so adamantly, emphatically opposed to cults, opposed to people calling the temple a cult, is because there are clear things I will never ask your ass to do. I will never ask your ass to do. I will never ask you to put yourself in a situation where you cannot secure your life. This girl came out here today, tonight, after I said I could not do it, banking on the fact that I would, came out here, quit her job yesterday. She was living in her mother's home yesterday. Quit her job yesterday, took the last money she had to buy a one-way airline ticket to LA, is staying the night in a hotel room. I was like, so what do you intend to do? Why did you do this and reach out to me? I said, did somebody threaten your life because you talking about in the email? It was so urgent. I'm scared. I'm scared. I need help. I need help. I'm like, okay, this is my number. Please call me. You're the only one that will understand. And she talks for 30 minutes. I said, okay, so now I need you to explain to me what you're talking about, because you haven't said anything. Everything you saying is in mystery. You haven't said one word yet that is this is the proof, this is the evidence that I know that if I stay in my mama's house, I'm going to be hurt. I'm going to be harmed. You ain't said that. She say, did she believe her mama and her job are conspiring together against her? Your job? I said, what's your mama got to do with your job? Do y'all work at the same place? No, but I just know there's things that people been saying about me at the job that I know they couldn't know if my mama wasn't talking to them. I said, but what would be the relationship between your mama and your job? Everything she was saying was so ambiguous. I said, wait a minute. I said, are you in danger of your life being hurt? She sent me an email talking about the ultimatum her mama gave her was to get with the program or kill herself. I said, so what was the email? She said, it wasn't specific like that, but I just knew that if I didn't do what she wanted me to do, if I didn't do what she was saying I needed to do, then that I wouldn't be able to stay. I said, did she tell you that? Did she kick you out? No, she ain't kicked me out. So you came to California after I told you I could not house you. You had not take, because I thought this was a plan. Me giving you these contacts, you're gonna call them in the next few days, secure yourself some things so that you and your sister could make this easier transition once y'all came out here. Well, I'll work it out. With what? You don't have any money left, and you don't have a car to get around this city that you don't know and don't know nobody in. And you 23. I said, how much money you got left? $200. That ain't gonna last you 3 days here. So what you did was take this calculated risk on the strength that because you think you know me through here, that I was so upset. I was so upset earlier. I'm still upset. But it's not just her. 6 times in the last 2 weeks, I have received emails from women talking about crisis and can they come live with me? First of all, what I want to know is, did you do that to anybody else that you follow on YouTube? That's the first thing I want to know. Because I know good and damn well my channel is not the only channel that you follow on this here internet. So did you presume enough to call some other Black person and say, I like your page, it inspires me, so can I come live with you? 6, I said, okay. I said, this has got to be a preparation because of what I'm about to do. It had, for it to be that many, that close together, it has to be a preparation. That I don't have a habit of establishing clear, unshakable boundaries. And the other problem is this. I might have to do this. I might have to do this more often. The other problem is this, is no matter how clearly I articulate what my intentions are, what my visions are for the temple, what my visions are, and the reasons that I have decided to make this next move. And no matter how clear I am, I think what the problem is that because I'm relatable, and that's always been the thing for me. I've always been relatable. And I have also always found that because of my relatability, people really often try me. They really try my boundaries. They really try to see how much they can actually get away with. She's so nice. She's so relatable. You know what I'm saying? And because I have had a history of being a people pleaser, right? I'm a healer. I've been putting my hands on human beings for 25 years. It's an easy assumption, right? That because of my background, because I'm a mom, because I'm a grandmother, because I'm a Virgo and we have a bad habit of that shit, whatever it is, this has been a tendency, and I think that the reason that it's come through so sharp in such a short period of time is to see if I will waver. You feel me? And I almost did tonight. I did tonight. I told her, well, I ain't gonna let no 23-year-old girl be in the city by herself. So I guess I ain't got no choice but to let you come over here and spend the night on my couch tomorrow until we can figure out what to do for you. And I talked it out with a homegirl of mine because I was outraged. I felt like I had been hugely manipulated. How do you do that to anyone? I would not do that to people I know and love that are friends. I wouldn't do that. Look, I'm on a plane. I just got to your city. I know I ain't gave you no heads up or nothing, but can you got a couch I can sleep on? I could, because it's human equity that I'm paid. But I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. And so to have enough audacity and then to use the mother as the reason for your audacity, I just know that I'm supposed to be here. Not under these circumstances. The mother didn't do that. That's what I told her. I said, not under these circumstances. I said, when I came to California and had left Florida and didn't know what I was about to do, at least I had a car. I came out here with a car to my name. That's how I came out here. Came out here to visit, was going to figure out what I was going to do next after I got back to the East. And got out here and was like, damn, this is home. And I had a car. So even though I slept in my car for 6 months, I still had a car. I had a car that allowed me to get out here and do this gig work. I was cleaning houses the whole 6 months I was living in my car, stacking money, getting ready for when I was going to be able to transition from my car into a home. I said, you came out here, you spent $400 on an airline ticket. It didn't occur to you that every state in this union has emergency, services for victims of DV. If you're saying that you really felt like you were at risk of being harmed, though nothing that you have said so far, not to discount you. That's what I'm telling her. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm like, damn, you have really attempted to put me in a fucked up situation that I told you I wasn't capable of. I said, you still like holding hostage what has actually happened. So all I'm hearing is what's coming out of your mouth. And it just sounded like to me, you in this thing with the goddess, that's what you're saying, because I've heard it before in a lot of y'all readings. Now you on this walk with the goddess, and it's making your family members uncomfortable because this is something, she's Caribbean. So they hardcore Christians. This is something wildly uncomfortable for them. But you still living in their house. I said, girl, I'm 45. When I went home, the last time I stayed any significant period of time with my mama was 45. My mother was letting me stay in her space, in her home, in her privacy, with her and her husband for 3 months. She said, now I know what you into, you feel me? And I ain't gonna say nothing about it, but you know what we about. So your little practices, you just make sure you respect our house and you do that somewhere else. There's plenty of parks, there's plenty of yard out here around the house, but don't do none of your practices in my house. What I'm gonna say? Why you being like that? No, I'm gonna say thank you, mama, for letting me stay up in your house without paying no rent while I try to figure out my life and eat your food that you ain't making me pay for. I tell everybody that's ever called me, yes, because I've gone through this many times with my parents. When I became a revolutionary, that shit was uncomfortable for them. When I became a devotee of E5, they was like, what the fuck? But my parents love me even as they do not agree with me. And so when they say, yes, I will let you stay in my shit for free, like you have to choose your battles. I'm not telling you to do anything. I would never tell anybody, like no 23-year-old girl, we ain't got a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of, to quit your job and leave your parents' house because, in her words, they're making me uncomfortable. They're making me uncomfortable. Ever since they found out what I'm about, they're making me uncomfortable. Have you had a conversation with them? Have you generated something that lets them know that you will be respectful for your newfound ideas while you are still occupying space that your ass don't pay for? No, y'all want to stage a contest. I know, because I did when I became a revolutionary. I know because I did when I became a devotee. trying to see exactly what I can get away with. I've been there, and I told y'all that. I told y'all these stories. So don't put that off on me. But you just really convinced me about the need to comply to the mother. The mother is not going to have you out on your ass sleeping on the sidewalk. You ain't get that shit from me. I hear you, Royal. I hear you, Royal. I'm trying to figure it out because initially I was like, you know what? Don't spend your money, your last little money on a hotel room. I'll come and get you in the morning and see what we can figure out on Monday. And my homegirl, I called my homegirl because I was like, I don't believe this is happening. This is a lot. There's so much wrong on so many levels with what just happened. I did not lead this girl on at all. I said, that is impossible. I'm not. First of all, I will never tell nobody, like so many cults have and so many people have been willing to do. I will never tell you to leave your life. I will never tell you to sell your shit. Never. I will never tell you need to sell all your worldly possessions to come live in this commune over here. I never tell you you need to check out of society. You feel me? To come in. I will never do that shit. I will never do that shit. Because checking out of society is not what we need to do. That's my personal opinion. We need to change the whole goddamn world. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. We do not need to be escapists from the world. As if living in a commune amidst a sea of madness is going to save you. That's not no shit I will ever call on you to do. To do something as reckless. And you're a woman? And you're a young woman? In the goddamn human trafficking capital of the goddamn country? I would never have no woman do something so reckless. It was so manipulative because that's the only thing that could have driven her to do that. Is where I know how she be up on here. She's so relatable and she's so friendly and she feel like she my mama. So if I go, even though she told me she could not put us up, what's she gonna do? She gonna let me sleep on the street? That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. But it's not just her. That's the lesson. Is that 6 people have emailed me in 2 weeks. And I know good and goddamn well I will take it to the bank that not one of them 6 people emailed anybody else on this here YouTube asking them the same shit. I can guarantee, I'm willing to bet stacks on it. That's the problem. And I hate for that to be the problem. I hate that for my relatability to be the thing that somehow casts this net to people who be like, I don't know what the expectation is. I don't know what the expectation is. But my home is my sanctuary. It is my solitude. It's the only place I feel 150% safe. I just told y'all about the person and this dude I knew for 25 years because I really yes, this shit is crazy with these fires. My homeboy just lost everything. Everything. Yes, no question. Come post up. And even our little back and forth because he moved out, he moved in, moved out, moved in, moved out, and then moved out again. And then was like, can I come back? I was like, no. Every time you do this little seesaw thing, not only are you disrupting my life, I'm having to pivot every time you do that. But I said you can stay here for a year till you get yourself together and do this and that and this and that. I said, but now you're putting me in a direct conflict with another woman. So every time y'all fall out, you feel like this your backup plan until y'all get right again. And so every 6 weeks, he was in and out, in and out. I was like, no. First of all, this is a woman. And so she don't know what's going on over here. And so I can only assume what she is thinking whenever y'all get in a fight. This your black backup plan is to come stay at your homegirl house. That's not it. That's not no shit I want to be a part of. Now I done told you if you want to be here until you can regulate your life, cool. You can be here for a year. But this seesawing thing, I'm not, you ain't disrupting my peace. I like living alone. It is the second time in the longest time since I've been an adult that I have been able to live alone. I enjoy it. I enjoy my peace. I enjoy my things being like they are, where they are, not navigating around people's sensibilities. I can sit up on my couch with my titties out if I want to. And this I did for somebody I have known for 25 years. I hear you, Royal. I hear you, Royal. I didn't consider, because Royal talking about, the other more insidious implications of this. And I had thought about this because it's not just these 6 people that have emailed me with this kind of thing in real time, man. So I was like, all right, is this a sign of things to come? You feel me? Do I have to start being a dickhead? Like, do I have to start being an asshole? Can I not be so relatable so that I do not attract crazy? Because it's not only this thing that has happened online with these people who feel like I'm so relatable that they can just ask me something insane, like, can I come and live with you? And even though you don't know me, type of shit is bizarre to me. I'm sorry. I've never seen somebody anywhere that I didn't know and be like, they so relatable. Can I just go live with them? That, even when I was homeless child, that ain't no shit that would ever even cross the possibility of my thought processes. It's crazy to me. It might be a cultural thing. Maybe it's more normalized other places. In my mind, that's not reasonable. It's not a reasonable request. But I also know this. I know that with spiritual organizations and like religious organizations, especially religious, I know good and damn well. Her coming from a good Christian family, you feel me? Her coming from a good Christian family in a good Christian state, Pennsylvania. Got a lot of people in Pennsylvania. Did it occur to her to call and say, didn't you say, because I told her when I read for her back in May, that I got people in Pennsylvania. My ex-husband is from Pennsylvania. I know a gang. I know a gang of people in Pennsylvania. In York, Pennsylvania. Where's she at? Did it ever occur to her to say, can I use some of your connections to see if there's maybe some way that I can transition in the city that I'm in? I know people all along that stretch, from Philadelphia all the way into Baltimore and Washington, D.C., all along the line. Baltimore ain't but an hour and a half from where she at. Did it occur to you in this planning for yourself that I got $600 to my name? That's enough to get me a good, comfortable transition until I can figure out my life, so I can still keep my job, but like not live in my people in them house. Nah. Well, the goddess told me to come here. No, she didn't. I told her on the phone. I said, I hope you working out for a miracle, but I'm not the miracle. I may have some connections I can put you on to, but you ain't gonna put that off on me. You ain't gonna put it off on the goddess. That you came out here with no plan whatsoever. No, yes, you did have a plan. But on the other side of that is, I know where it comes from. And I don't know if I'm ready for it. I'll be honest, man. For 6 months, since June, I've been really, y'all don't understand the level of internal conflict that I have been having. To be so certain, so convicted, and so certain of this being the moment that I saw clearly 8 years ago why the mother called me out here. Because it didn't make no sense. I got family out here. That's why I came out here. You know what I'm saying? All the matriarchs that are still alive in my family live about 2.5 hours north of here. That's why I came to visit when I made the decision that I needed to stay. It was the first, instantly, in my adult life, the first time I ever felt like, oh my God, I'm home. Like this is where I was supposed to live the whole time. It was that kind of certainty. You understand? And it was big. It was like a big certainty. And for the first month that I was here, it was like confirmation after confirmation after confirmation. Crazy, insane shit the first month that I was here. I was like, okay, I get it. Okay, I'm supposed to be here. It's the right decision. I get it. Undeniable, insane, couldn't make happen again type of shit. But lately, it's not just this side. I get it, man. So I'm not trying to be insensitive. I get that everybody is being plagued by something they don't understand yet or is new to them. I get it. I have been there. I get why what I say may be so palpable and relatable, and you can feel it like a lightning bolt. I get it. But at the same time, or forever, that I have been saying that, I have also been saying that in the creation of a new world and the creation of a new way that we relate to each other, we still have this present that we have to maneuver through. That's why I started saying this. So I'm saying, if I have not been as clear as in my mind I thought I have been, I will never ask you. Even all these women that I've been reading, and I tell you need to quit your job, I say you need to quit your job. You looking for confirmation. But I also say that does not mean to throw your life into disarray to do that shit tomorrow. I would never tell nobody to do that. Never. I will say, for you, if this is what you want to do, because you still have agency once I tell you what I tell you. If this is what you want to do, if this is what you were looking for was confirmation from me, then what are the clear ways? I say, this is your homework. What are the clear ways that you can transition from the comfort of your current occupation where you are miserable into an occupation that can create a way where you're not economically missing a beat in the transition? So this may take 3 months. It may take 6 months. It may even take a year or two. But you were looking for confirmation that you needed to quit your job. And I'm saying, based on this reading, the answer is yes. But also the reading is saying, don't be throwing yourself into no motherfucking tailspin. Don't be putting yourself in a situation where in a month you end up homeless. Don't be putting yourself in a situation where after I quit my job, I'll figure out what I want to do. I would never tell nobody to do that shit. Never. Not in a million years. All the women that they call me talking about, do I need to quit my job? Yup. That's going to be, especially if you're in the position where you're doing caretaking work, you taking care of somebody else, service work, that type of shit. Yup, quit your job, but be smart about it. Take the time, do the research for what it is you say you actually want to do. You're actually passionate about doing. Have you given yourself appropriate time to plan for that, so that the transition is smooth and you barely feel it in your pockets? This transition that you make. But don't do that. Don't put that shit off on me. Oh, the goddess told me. Nuh-uh. Not for you to end up homeless in 3 days. No, the fuck she didn't. Stop doing that. This is not no cult. That even once the temple has a brick and mortar, even when the temple has a building of worship, what did I tell y'all? I said, if you want to come and we have a building with residences where you can live while you work for the temple, that's in the future. I got my apartment. This is the temple right now. I said, but when we have that building, you don't even have to come and permanently stay. Some people may want to come for a spell. So you can do a 3-month contract or a 6-month contract or a 9-month contract or a year or whatever. You can do contracts to come and contribute to the temple and then take your little cash that you done earned and go on about your life. I was very specific. Wasn't I very specific in the many times that I've said that? So please stop doing that. If you are one of the ones, it's not a condemnation. It's not a lack of empathy. I recognize the world to y'all looks radically different. To me, who have been here since 1975 and have a clear memory of the last 50 years of my life, it ain't that radical, baby, and it ain't that new. I want to at least try to offer you some comfort that way. It ain't that radical and it ain't that new. Trump ain't new. Trump ain't new. Even as sharp as his shit look, he is not new, and I have in my own personal experience a clear memory when we were saying the same thing in 1991, when we were saying the same thing in 1993, when we were saying the exact same thing in 1999, when we were saying exactly verbatim the same thing in 2001 after them towers fell, and they literally walked back every single right you had as an American citizen. So this ain't nothing new. They are banking first on your resistance to study. They banking on that. They banking on your collective amnesia. So please don't put the crisis of the world on me to be your savior. I am not your savior. I will never be your savior. I don't know how many times and in how many ways I got to say that. I'm not trying to be your guru. I'm not trying to be your mystic. I'm not trying to be your shaman sister so-and-so. None of that shit. I'm trying to help every last person that I speak to remember that they are God in the flesh, walking around. Your flesh is God, your spirit is God, your soul is God. You are God. This is your domain. It is only God that is going to restore this planet. God as you, the peculiar you that you are within the relationships of other gods, that now you honor their sovereignty, you honor their existence, and that's the way we can end this shit once and for all. But stop looking for a savior. Stop looking for a hero. Stop looking for a rescuer or a redeemer. I am not it. I don't intend to be it, even once this shit is on and popping. And it will be. Or else I wouldn't be putting myself in a direct line of contest with the fucking state itself. This shit is going to be on and popping. And it ain't going to take long. This 2 years, this 2.5 years that we've been dredging through what the temple is, this shit is about to be on and popping. We'll have a building before the end of the year. I see it clear as day. We will have a building before the end of the year. But it will come at my goddamn expense. And I don't know how many ways I got to tell you. I live in LA, bitch. So me talking about running for office in LA ain't talking about running for office in fucking Dothan, Alabama somewhere. I am running for office in a city that is notorious for disappearing Black women off the face of the map. 700 Black women have been disappeared from the city of Los Angeles in the last 30 years. Don't nobody care because everybody hate Black women. The most recent one was a internationally famous Black woman that just mysteriously died when coming from Nigeria to LA to do business. What was the business? 2 white boys stole her shit, stole her internationally award-winning makeup company, everything in it. And she had finally gotten approved by a judge, this class action lawsuit to sue these 2 white boys right here in LA who stole her shit. She came here for 2 weeks for a meeting around the legalities of this lawsuit that she done filed. And the first week she here in the hotel she's staying in, she died under mysterious. This was just 2 months ago. This city ain't got no problem disappearing Black women because they know every last one of you hate Black women. So when we get disappeared off the fucking face of the planet, it's like a blip, a less than a blip, a millisecond of a blip on the radar. 700 Black women since 1991. That's not my opinion. That's fact. That came right from the police department. 700 Black women, supposedly the victims of serial killers in Los Angeles City, not the county, just the city. 700 Black women disappeared off the face of the fucking map in this city right here. So when I tell you that the temple that is bound to be is going to come at my expense because I am putting myself in directly into contest with the state. So please do not come to me like I'm your Shiroin. I'm not here to save anybody. I'm here to rescue the motherfucking earth, to save the goddamn planet so we can all participate in saving the goddamn planet, because it's every last one of our goddamn responsibility. Everybody living on our mama is responsible. Everybody living on earth is responsible for the restoration of this planet to a place where all of us can thrive. That's it. That's not my responsibility. I'm one of the billions that should be assuming that responsibility if I want to live here and live well. So don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. The other thing that has it, because you couldn't go to your preacher and do that. Well, I really, really appreciated that sermon that you did on Sunday. It really moved me, and I feel really convicted to do something, for the church. So can I live here at the church while I do this, whatever it is I'm gonna do for the church? You can go no Baptist church in the whole of the goddamn country to do that. It wouldn't even occur to you to go ask your preacher for that, even though you pay your tithes regular without nobody having to ask, even though you make your offerings above your tithes, because that's what the Bible call on you to do. Your tithing is mandatory, and anything that you do above that is like the gift of your heart to the church. Y'all have no problem making sure the preacher live well, build him a house, buy him a couple cars, come together to buy his little 16-year-old ugly ass son a car, or pay for their college. I talk to y'all all the time about where I'm at, how I'm living. And then to have the nerve on top of that, as you know what my economic situation is, that I don't keep quiet from y'all, to talk about, can I come and live with you, poor woman? Woman who's sweating the rent man literally every single day. Can I come and live with you? Don't do that to me. I told y'all this before too. If you would not ask your preacher, if you would not ask your favorite man that you follow on YouTube, if you would not ask some man that you admire, don't ask me. If you would not ask this of your professor that you went to school to study your master's and this and that and this, don't ask me. That's the bare minimum of respect that you can give me. Is if you would not ask a man in a position of power to do X, Y, and Z, don't ask me. That's the bare minimum of respect that you can have for some Black woman, especially some Black woman who be teaching y'all for free. Don't do that to me. And the other thing is, I have been attracting well-intentioned human beings, but human beings, I just don't know. I don't know, man. I just feel like I have to. These things have been a lot in a short period of time that are really causing me to reevaluate, because I don't want to be a certain way. Because I would have to learn that. I would have to learn how to be like a hard ass. I would have to, like, I can talk hard here, but I'm not a hard ass on people. You feel what I'm saying? There's a difference. I can be stern here, but I'm even when I'm leading organizations, I am direct, but I'm never what some people would call like a dickhead or like mean in my direction. I always championed myself a cheerleader. I finesse you into keeping a certain energy when doing the work, so you don't get run down or you don't get demoralized and shit. Like, I'm like excited. I'm like, yes, we can do this. Let's go. That's how I lead. But I am coming to the conclusion that while we live under this patriarchy and you are accustomed to, like you would be more apt to do what I'm asking you or calling on you to do if I was a dickhead. And that's the problem for me. That's the shit that's got my spirit harassed. That's the shit that's got my spirit harassed. Is I know 99.9% of the time that if I was a douchebag, if I was an arrogant prick, if I was a dickhead, if I acted like a man when directing, when leading, when calling on you to do something, you would do it. Maybe not everybody, but a great majority of you would do it. If I was saying exactly the same thing that I am right now, every word that you've ever heard, and I had a penis, this shit would already be on and popping. I wouldn't have to be asking y'all every week to support my GoFundMe or share my shit or none of that. I wouldn't have to tell you. You'd be like, I'm trying to make a good impression. Let me go ahead and this and this and this and this. That ain't what y'all do. I'm saying y'all, but I'm being very general, very vague, because I know what it is we're up against. patriarchy is not just the overt shit. It's that subtle shit, that shows up in our conditioning. I've seen it a million different ways. Been an organizer for a long time. So I know the subtle and not so subtle ways that ugly ass shit, your patriarchy be showing up. But I went through this early on before I even started doing the work for the temple. I kept saying, I'm not going to let your sickness destroy me. This is your work to do, and I am perpetually giving you much, so much in terms of goods. I'm giving you mountainous amounts of information that can really help level you up and transform you. But I am not going to let nobody drive me crazy out this bitch. That's not gonna happen. For those of you tuning in on my IG, is about to go off in 10 seconds and then I can bring it back up, but it cuts me off after a certain amount of time. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. So I need to make that clear. This shit sent a wrench into my whole day, not just because of the event itself. It is the presumptuousness. It is the audacity. There's so much about it that is wrong. Even at 23, yes, she a baby, but even at 23, I was crystal clear. There was some shit. It didn't even factor into my brain to do certain shit. So much is wrong. So much is wrong. And I hear you, Royal, because you know me. I think everybody the police. I told y'all a million times. Everybody's suspect because I know the state, bitch. Everybody's suspect because I know the state. Everybody is up for sale because I know the state. I used to be all naive. I trust everybody until they give me a reason not to. Not today. Not this Cassandra. Honey, because that mentality has did me one too many times. One too many times. That whole little philosophy in an ideal world, yes. That's how my mama raised me. You trust everybody till they give you a reason not to. And that's what got black people fucked up in the game. Because we the most trusting. It ain't about the system, it's about individuals. Yep, that kind of that shit that got us fucked up in the game more often than not. But not today. No, you ain't gonna have me out here. Imagine after I have been talking to y'all for 2 weeks about this declaration, this press conference I'm about to do, this declaration I'm about to make. And this be the day, this be the weekend, on the eve of this, me putting myself out into the world once and for all, that this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to stage a contest here. And some person from the internet talking about, I'm scared because I'm uncomfortable in my house where my mommy lets me live for free. I don't feel safe. Why don't you feel safe? Because I'll be the last person to be questioning even, like emotional abuse. But I also know the difference. I also know what sounds like rebellion. And I get it. Mother be on her ass like that. But this shit disturbed me. No other solutions. No other like, okay, well, I got this life. I got this job. I got this situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm here in Pennsylvania, which is relatively, centrally located. What are some options? Can I make some calls? Can I endure this shit for 2 more days? This discomfort. I said, is anybody hitting you? Is anybody harming you? Has anybody threatened your life? This thing that you wrote in the email about either get with the program or kill yourself. I said, was that literal? No, she ain't say it like verbatim. Come on, man. You can't spend $400 on an airline ticket to come out here and try to manipulate me on some totally ambiguous shit. Oh, I'm disturbed by it. I am really, and it's sobering because like Royale was saying, like she either crazy or this sound like some police shit. She an agent. All these people talking about, what do they call it? AI induced psychoses. I had to treat somebody like that. I was like, that's bullshit. And then get there, and this person is having an actual psychotic event. And so here in LA, they have like emergency hotlines. And if the mental disorder, if the mental issue, if it's a breakdown, whatever, is serious enough, they have people like an ambulance. They have ambulance. They have people who will come to your house and pick you up if you need to go to a hospital for the mentally impaired. They have emergency responses for mental events. And the friend called me because it was his roommate, the guy I knew. He was like, yo, I hate to call you this late at night, but we don't know what else to do. We called all the emergency mental health hotlines, and I don't know what's going on with tonight, but everybody is booked. They can't get anybody out. And this girl is going through it over here at the house. Can you come to the house and see if you can calm her down? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, okay, maybe that's what it is. Some Manchurian candidate shit where all of a sudden, they flipping the switch. However they created the switch, they flipping the switch, and everybody who got the switch is like coming online and they crazy coming out. Like maybe that's what it is. Maybe they crazy coming out. Maybe they're on some Manchurian candidate shit. Goddess Divine said, I own a product from that Black Nigerian woman, Sharon Chitter. That is exactly, yeah, her name. That was her name. Uoma Beauty. Thank you so much for that, sis. They just, without a hitch. Oh, well, look, she died under suspicious, circumstances, but what we gonna do? And there she is, just come to LA on business, and she gone. You understand? So anyway, don't do that to me. People, is so interesting how many people with obvious mental health issues have been reaching out to me, coming to me. Listen, as much as I want to make an impact on this planet, and not for any other reason than I have a daughter, I have stepchildren with kids, with grandbabies. These my grandbabies. My daughter with my grandbabies. Young people have always been around me, and I care about their life, and I care about the future that they're going to have the ability to live. But I want that for every last one of us, and everybody else on the planet should want that for me. You know what I'm saying? But this shit, man. Like, if this is going to be what it is, I'll be honest, man. If all I'm going to do or be seen as the beacon of hope for the desperate, for the unhoused, for gender fluid people who feel like they ain't got nowhere else to turn, so let me come and dump my sorrows on you. That's what, for 30 minutes, crying, sobbing, carrying on, just dumping on me, as if I could video my day, just one whole day of my life, y'all be like, no fucking way. No fucking way. I've been literally doing the work of 20 people by myself. Don't do that to me. Do not do that to me. So now I got to figure out for somebody else's life how to help them. And then you know what the last thing she said was? This the coup d'etat. Sorry, my bad. This the coup d'etat. She said, well, I mean, if worse come to worse, I can ask my parents for the money to get back home. They'll give me the money to get back home. That was the coup d'etat to me. Because there's something you ain't saying between what you saying. What you want me to hear is you want me to be sideswiped by the goddess and the calling and all of that stuff. That's what you want me to be sideswiped by, distracted by. There's a whole lot you ain't saying that's speaking way louder than what you saying out your mouth. And there ain't nothing I've said, not nothing in 900 videos that I've said that could have anybody come to the conclusion that would be okay. That after I tell you, no, that's not possible for me to give you and your sister asylum. the next day you on a plane anyway, and then that's who you contact. Unfortunately, I didn't give him my number until I had to call him. But that's your steal up. Yes, I'm scared and I'm here by myself and I spent all my money and what am I gonna do? 24 hours after I told you I can't house you if you come out here, but let me give you the 411 on how you can get yourself some housing. I couldn't find it because it's Saturday. Because it's Saturday. What business you know open on Saturday? What business office you know on Saturday? I'm gonna go to sleep, but I had to tell y'all that I was in such a wonderful mood when I got up, and I'm like, this cannot be it. This cannot be what happens once I put my face out there. That I attract the extraordinarily desperate and the verge of mentally ill. That ain't no shit I'm with. I just don't have. I have to be honest about what my capacity is, and that's not it. Remember when I was telling you this last thing I was saying? Remember I was telling y'all about that damn video, Wild Wild Country, the documentary on Osho, on what's his name, Osho Raj, Rajneesh Paran, Osho Rajneesh Paran. Remember that? And the very first thing when they decided to quote move to the United States of America, because in America they got religious freedom and shit. And so Rajneesh, Osho Rajneesh Paran, he was the government of India was changing radically, and they wouldn't allow that old heathen shit in India no more. You know what I'm saying? The little commune he was running or whatever. And so they come to Oregon to build, what they gonna build. And the first thing that his right hand man, aka Sheila, said was, right now, the only people that we need are are people with skills, architects, engineers, lawyers, this and that and this and that. If you ain't got no skills, don't come here. That's what they said. There will be time for you later once this thing is built and we have enough rooms and this and that. But right now, all we need is people with skills. We need architects, civil engineers, and that's all it came. People with PhDs, people with, you know, um, masters, digging in the dirt. Everybody was equalized. Everybody was digging in the dirt, building shit, constructing shit, sewing the clothes, this and that. Don't come out here if you ain't got no skills, man. This ain't no charity. And even when we have room for the majority of you, it's still not going to be no charity. That's not the model that we're trying to create, man. We're talking about actual self-sovereignty. We calling no random person online talking about, can I come live with you? Where do they do that at? Do you do that to men? Have you ever done that to a man? Any man from anywhere, one that you knew. Have you ever done that? So again, my bottom line is have the bare minimum respect for me that you would have for any man that you perceive was genius or in a position of power or that you just admired. Bare minimum is ask yourself, would I do this? Would I ask this? Would I presume this if this was a man? And if the answer is no, then do not do it to me. Do not ask it of me. Do not propose it to me. Do not have the audacity to do that. If you know good and damn well you would not ask no man the same shit. Don't do it. Because now I don't want to be a dickhead. I don't want to be a douchebag. I don't want to feel somehow guilty and responsible for some human being I don't know. This becomes a part of my life. So now I got to spend tomorrow trying to figure out how to intercede in this child's life in a way that she is in the most optimal situation that she can be in, given the circumstances she put herself in. On some, the goddess made me do it. Oh no, that ain't no shit. That ain't no shit I'm saying. That ain't no shit I'm running. That ain't no line I accept. That ain't. That ain't. That ain't it. And we aren't getting where we need to go if that is what you think this is. Anyway, that's my vent about that. Let's see. I hear you, Royal. I hear you. I accept that. I hear you. Yeah, the Goddess Divine was saying that the sister who died here, that wasn't that long ago. September, I think, October maybe. looking into the sister who died and saying, I guess they're saying it's still under investigation, but there's still no known cause of death. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, all right, now I'm gonna go to sleep because I do have a ton to do tomorrow. I still have a ton to do tomorrow. I have a website to build, and I still have a campaign platform that I have to finish putting together. And many of you, will be receiving an email from me with the platform laid out for the campaign, and then how and if there are ways that you can participate within, the legal confines of running an electoral campaign in Los Angeles. Because, child, the paperwork, the bureaucracy of this process was literally created to ensure that poor people do not have the audacity to run. That's what it's for. I cannot believe how bureaucratically, unnecessarily difficult and complicated just registering to run has been. I've been blown. I've been blown. I was like, they do. I said, did they have to do this in the Wild West when you still had governors and mayors and sheriffs that you had to appoint? Did they have to go through all of that? How was they able to make a society run without all this goddamn paperwork? You understand? So deliberately bureaucratic. Classes that were 5 hours long. It's just so bureaucratic. And the paperwork's still not over. I know I've filled out 20 pages of paperwork so far, and it's still not over. We still have a whole week of shit to do the first week in February with the paperwork process. Plus, I have to talk to y'all sooner than later, about what is happening in the sky in February. February is really the month to end all months, truth be told. It's like so radical, it's like daunting. But I think I'm gonna reserve that for sometime next week because I got a lot on me that I have to do and navigate around and shit. So anyway, that's what I got for y'all. Hopefully there was something of use for you in it. I would say go to the description box below. There are several links that I feel like you should check out. Read the articles on the consent of the governed. Oof, so deep. What other things that you can check out without me having to read them to you? Hold on, there's several things. I might have to read them all anyway, but there's an article you should check out too called America's Forgotten Mass Imprisonment of Women Believed to Have STDs. That's a wormhole. That's a wormhole. So when you be acting like, oh, we've gotten so far, how can they be doing this? We ain't got that far. we ain't got that far. We ain't got that far. But I say what you're seeing right now has always been, depending upon where you are, and the pedestals will determine how you saw these things that have always been. Because this thing on the hidden mass imprisonment of women, and the auspice was, we think they got STDs, violently vicious, violently unbelievable. Even though I know America, this story is still unbelievable. Anyway, so that's what it's called. I'll be back tomorrow sometime, but way shorter than now. And try to just every day hammer at these things that I want to give to you so that you can have them and be informed about how you're moving in the world and what you're saying at your mouth based on your limited information. So much. But I'm going to stop before I find something else. Thank you, Lisa J. I see you, Goddess Divine 4236. See you, Royal Gets It, Mars Infinite Forever, Miss Chris 848, Power Kismet, what? Kamar the Stepping Razor, yes, what? Earth Beauty 01, Vayoni 777, everybody. Thank you so much, Chopper Watson, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.